under his spell.
Go
I'm
live,
enthralled
baby.
because Trump kind of used his old bag of tricks.
Works, huh?
And I said last night, if you watch the stream, I said I'm going to be a little more negative tonight than I was yesterday. I said that yesterday. You know, look, we were in the moment, we enjoyed it, it was fun, and everything I said stands, but I want to get a little deeper into it. I think it was a good performance, and I think he won, and I love to see him kick the shit out of Kamala. But still falling a bit short. And I'll explain precisely what I mean by that.
Of the artificial directory and assistant.
It was a fun night. I had a good time. I thought it was a good stream.
Welcome
but
to the
Trump campaign is still not where it needs to be. These are the words we need to hear. Immigration,
a Fix-It Pioneer has 3 core
You can talk about illegals, he always does, and that's part of the problem. Right before the election, they talk all the fanfare about immigration, and we need to follow through. That's always been the issue for generations with both parties. So we'll talk about the debate, we'll do a little recap, and it should be a good show, it's going to be a packed show, so much to cover, so much to get into, I'm excited to be with you. Before we get into the show, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble to get a push notification when I go live. Last night we had 100,000 subscribers, huge milestone, W's in the chat please. Let's get some W's in the chat, 100,000 subscribers. It's my biggest platform ever. I got banned on YouTube at 77,000, I got banned on D Live at 65,000. So this is my biggest streaming platform ever.
Short-term solutions to long-term problems.
Someday, I hope someone will tell my story. Maybe it will be me, and I'll write it in depth.
Initiating planet
But it's such a big milestone for me because I have been fighting against all odds for my entire adult life. Since I turned 18 years old. I have been in a no-holds-barred...
Beginning arrow assist.
I've been in a no-holds-barred backstage brawl. Paired up a fist fight with the machinists, starting with nothing, knowing nobody, having nothing, for my entire adult life, nearly a decade. And in spite of that, I have been successful. But I have had to restart all over again several times. I got canceled when I was 18, blacklisted, blackballed, lied about, slandered, smeared, called white nationalist, and the Chicago Tribune. And 18 And in spite of that, I built a huge platform on YouTube. I was getting over 10,000 viewers a night on YouTube during Great War. I was approaching 100,000 subs, getting big replay viewership. I was making a name for myself. And Arthur Schwartz, so the story goes, the Jewish fixer for Don Jr., made the call to Google and got my YouTube channel name. ADL, SPLC, Arthur Schwartz, allegedly, conspired to get me pulled on YouTube, so I was banned. So I built a platform on D Live. Even though I was banned from YouTube and the other major platforms, PayPal, I built a massive platform on D Live. I was the biggest streamer there, over 10,000 viewers a night, 70,000 live viewers on the election. And then after January 6th, I was banned again. And I was banned from payment processing, and my money was frozen, and I spent a fortune on lawyers because I thought I was going to jail, because I was under investigation. I was put on a federal no-fly list unconstitutionally. And for 3 years, I had no platform. I had to build my own. I had to build my own streaming platform called Cozy.tv.
Congratulations.
And I struggled on there for years. It was tough because all I had was Telegram and Cozy. I had really no platform access. And then along came Rumble, and I did it all over again.
Binary system of
being charged, betrayed, bankrupted, all of it.
So they
and here I am on Rumble, once again, with virtually no help from anybody.
Begin onboarding.
And no backing, no mainstream support, over 100,000 subs, and one of the biggest channels by far. And I had to fight even to get a check mark on here, as you know. And I'm appreciative that I finally got it, but point being, there was no fix or anything.
Adhere to fix-it procedure,
you know, I posted something a little bit emotional on my Telegram. Well, I don't know about emotional, but wistful on my Telegram last night. It's been an incredible journey, and incredible is the right word. You know, people think incredible means good or great. Incredible means what's credible, believable, unbelievable. It's been, for better or for worse, an unbelievable journey. I was a freshman in college.
We do not waste.
I was 18 years old. I wanted to express myself
to construct the first
and talk about what I love, which is
politics.
politics.
And utility base,
and I wanted to be independent. I was fearless, and I wasn't going to be told what to do. And one thing has led to another for my entire adult life, for nearly 8 years. And it brought me to Mar-a-Lago, and in combination with Kanye West, and put me in trouble with federal law enforcement and feuding with people like Tucker Carlson and J.D. Vance.
Use the resource scanner
and I really went down the rabbit hole, asking some simple questions about some of the things we'll talk about tonight. Merely asking simple questions, stating facts.
Scans of the planet
it's been an always escalating battle, constantly doubling down, refusing to go away. That has led me from one thing into the next, and then into another thing, and gotten me in a lot of trouble, but also allowed me to meet a lot of people, and I've gotten a lot of support, and it's turned into something that I did not imagine. Started out as a show, literally a hobby. I had no intention of ever being a broadcaster or a YouTuber. It's not something I ever thought about, and now it's what I am. So anyway, so it's, you know, it's a big milestone, and it feels good, because I really fought to come back. I sort of established myself. I was knocked out of orbit. Total BS. I mean, I wasn't even inside the building, but a picture went around and people thought it was me and they said it was me, and a transaction occurred a month before. It looked suspicious.
The auto sprint? It wasn't. Are you kidding
and
me?
basically, wrong place, wrong time. It was like a movie.
You're going to have arachnophobia mode,
it was
but
like the
you're
beginning
not
of a
going to
movie,
have
and
an
I
auto
felt
sprint
embraced,
feature.
but I thought to come back,
on.
and, you know, I guess it goes to show that I'm doing something that's worthwhile, which is all that I ever wanted to do, you know, rather than be another shill. Or some other punk, you know, fake, I'm not PC poser. Not to congratulate myself too much, but it's true. You know, that's all I wanted to do, and it's just so complicated. You know, and people can say, well, that says a lot about our society, but think about the implications of this. It is so complicated, such a challenge, so difficult, and it takes a very particular kind of person, not a perfect person, maybe a weird person, but a specific kind of person to insist that it matters enough to be put through all of it. And so I'm happy to still be here doing this show. It hasn't been easy to do it, but I'm glad that the show is here and that people are still enjoying it. So it's a huge milestone for me. It does mean a lot to me. Like I said, someday maybe I'll write, because it's been kind of a wild journey. And I was telling my friends the other day, it's a story that keeps getting longer. It's an almost 10-year story now. And it's kind of intertwined deeply with the Trump administration and the American right. I mean, my story, in a lot of ways, is the story of the American right in the aftermath of the Trump revolution. And I don't think that's arrogant to say, but it's just true, because I'm him. I'm the guy who's been through it all. So anyway, I'm like the Forrest Gump of all of it. You know, Charlottesville, J6, Stop the Steal, Roy for War, Yay 24. I've been here for it all. But anyway, so make sure to follow me. We want to get to 1 million. So smash the follow button on Rumble, leave a comment, smash the like button. What else? So one other thing, because it's going to be a bear of a show, and I haven't even had a monster yet, but one other thing I wanted to address before we get into it, because like I said, it's going to be big. We're going to cover the debate. We'll get into 9/11. I wanted to address Candace Owens, who called me out yesterday. And I've been criticizing her, and I think I've been fair. I don't think I'm saying anything that's totally out of line.
Next objective.
Needless to say, she doesn't like it. Dave Smith and her, they don't like it. And I understand why they don't like it.
Iron is a base component necessary for all near future progress.
I'm making a point.
So ensure
I'm
you
making
build
a very
the hub
valid
close
point.
to iron sources.
And I've talked about it a lot. I'm not going to repeat anything tonight.
Does not pay by the kilometer.
You know, I've been very frustrated with her. She said she would bring me on her show. She didn't. People said, why? She said, well, he's banned on YouTube. He'll get banned on YouTube. And I told her, and other people told her, well, Adam22, Michael Tracy, Jake Shields, Fresh and Fit, they've all had him on YouTube, and they're still around.
Built. The hub terminal
and then privately she started telling people, well, I can't have them on because of a lawsuit with the Daily Wire.
Pioneer,
and I said, I think on Monday or last week, I said, that's not true either. I said, and I have information about why that's not true.
The hub will function
I said, but I don't want to disclose it because it's something I discussed with her privately, and I'm not indiscreet. I said, but she's stacking my credibility. Dan Bilzerian went out of space and said, well, Nick knows she has a lawsuit, implying that, you know, I'm attacking her dishonestly, and I'm not. I do know about the lawsuit, and maybe he doesn't know other things. And so because I insinuated that I knew that wasn't true, she comes on her show yesterday and says I'm blackmailing her. She comes on her show with consternation and says, he's blackmailing me. He's holding it over my head. And she texts me, and she's absolutely furious. She's calling me a liar, and she's saying I'm blackmailing her. And I said, Candace, did you watch the clip? I said, I know that's a lame excuse. I said, and I'm not going to tell people why, because I'm discreet. As she herself said to Aiden Ross, she knows I'm a good guy because I didn't blow the whistle on how we've had multiple conversations, even though she was telling people we had never spoken. And I was, I think, a good sport about that, because it was a little bit insulting, and it also wasn't true, and that was a lie. She tells me, well, I forgot. Okay, well, maybe you did. So she said on her show yesterday, she said she will not be blackmailed, so she said I'm at liberty to discuss what it was. And she told me privately I'm at liberty to discuss it, and so I will. And I'm not saying this as a blackmail or holding it over her head, but I'm just saying this so that people know the facts. You want the truth and no lies? You want transparency? Well, let's talk about what happened. So after Candace's fallout with the Daily Wire, and after I returned to X in May, she reached out to me, and she asked if I would do a sworn affidavit because it would help her in litigation with Daily Wire, swearing that we did not collude about Christ is King and her rhetoric and things like that, I imagine. But she asked me to do her a favor. She said, will you talk to my lawyer and do an interview and provide an affidavit, because that would help me. And I told her, I said, absolutely, whatever you need, I will help you 100%. Daily Wire screwed me over, and so anything I could do to help you, I will do. And so she put me in touch with her lawyer, and I talked to her lawyer, and her lawyer called me, and we did an interview for a couple of hours. And he asked me about my experience with Daily Wire, and I explained the story like I've told on this show many times before. I gave the full account. They didn't want an affidavit. Although they asked for one, and I agreed that I would give them one.
Recipe.
They never asked for one. They never requested one after that interview. And so here's the point. She goes full red pill. People say, bring Nick on the show. She says, I will. I don't really care. Honest to God. I've done big collaborations. It does nothing for my career, really. I did the Hodge Twins recently. I've done Alex Jones a million times. And listen, and I appreciate the platform. I like these guys and everything. But, I mean, let's be honest. Collaborations, you know, people say you're being selfish. It's got nothing to do with that, honestly. It's not like it's a game changer for me. I'm still a pariah. I'm still blacklisted. You see how they lie about me. The Vice President of the United States attacks me. Tucker Carlson lies about me on his show. And I'm lied about constantly.
So many Robs.
But she said she'd have me on the show, and there's a reason that she won't. It's because I'm too controversial. Let's just be honest. But she's come up with all these excuses. Well, he's not on YouTube. And people have patiently reminded her, well, that's not true. And then she starts telling people privately, well, there's this litigation going on. Because people privately, mutual friends are telling her, what's going on? Why won't you acknowledge this guy? What's the deal?
Storage and
look, I don't want to oppose. I recognize it's an imposition because of who I am, and I'm a controversial figure. I'm not going to invite myself because she is, I understand she's going through litigation. I understand she's in a difficult spot.
On completing your first
but even people, mutual, and I'm not putting them up to it, but mutual friends are saying, you know, what's the deal? And she says there's this about this lawsuit. And then I get called out on his face. They say, well, he knows she's doing a lawsuit. And it's like, okay, but I offered to help with the law. So I don't understand how the lawsuit is an impediment, actually, because I offered to give sworn testimony in an affidavit, which is, by the way, sticking my neck out. You know, my lawyers advised me not to obviously sign things like that, because why would I get wrapped up in somebody's litigation? I don't know these people. But I promised to do a favor, and now she goes around saying, well, it's litigation. So then she comes on her show and says that, and by the way, that's it. She texts me, she's like, you're trying to embarrass me. I'm not trying to embarrass you. But, I mean, let's just cut the crap, okay? Whoa. So now that it's all transparent, now we know there's really no good excuse. And you know what? Listen, it doesn't matter. I don't care. It makes no difference to me at all, honestly. But there's an omission. Everyone knows it's intentional. It's got nothing to do with anything else. Everybody knows. If someone's not doing something with me, we know why that is, okay? We just know, based on who I am. And she goes, well, first it's YouTube. Well, no, it's not YouTube. It's my litigation. Well, that's not true. Oh, well, but if you insinuate it's not true, you're blackmailing me. Okay, let's not be so dramatic. So here's the thing. I'd like to be diplomatic with Candace. I really do. I like her. I think she's very intelligent. I think she's very... I don't know if this is sexist to say, but I'll say it. I think she's beautiful. I think she's very well-spoken. She's got a huge platform. Okay. And I think I commend her, actually. I think she's been... Although the message has been a little bit mixed. Talk about a mixed multitude. The message has been a little bit mixed, but I think mostly it's good. I want her to be on the right track. I think we disagree on some things. We fleshed it out a little bit in private. It was a little bit contentious, but clearly there's some disagreements. But, I basically have supported her for a long time. And I'd like to be diplomatic, but I also don't like it when people piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. That's all. Let's just correct the record. And here's the thing. I'm a very good bullshit detector. And, like I saw Dave Smith today. Dave Smith addressed me on Fresh and Fit. And he said, I don't hate the guy, but he was out of pocket attacking me. And he complimented me. And here's the thing. I like Dave Smith a lot. I think he's got a lot of integrity. I think he's a very intelligent guy. I think he's a good guy. I gave him a little banter about being a libertarian. But I very much respect him. But here's the thing. He said on the show, after I called him out, that Israel is a satellite of the United States. And he's entitled to that view, but that is not our view. That is a completely different viewpoint. I think it's totally unsubstantiated, totally unsupportable. And that viewpoint is being presented in a skin suit, maybe unintentionally. Right? I don't think Dave is a mastermind, if that, because I think he's getting that impression.
I love how most of this game I'm just going to be using my fucking pinky to hold down the shift button.
And some are unknowing. That is being presented as our narrative, and it's not.
Really cool.
I'm not quibbling about some Jewish neocons. I'm saying this is an occupied nation. I'm saying America is the puppet of Israel. It goes deep. It goes deep in Palantir. It goes deep with the neocons. It goes deep with the Israelis. It's been going on for a very long time. It's American citizens and it's Israelis. It's been going on for a very long time. It is very sophisticated. The subterfuge, the deception, the subversion is very complex. And no, Israel is not a satellite. They are not a bulwark against the Soviets or against the Russians or whatever they want to say, Islamofascism. We are their puppet. Now, that's a disagreement, but do you see how I had to press a little bit? Do you see how I had to press him a little bit to get him to say that? And a lot of people didn't understand it, but I don't want to, a magician never reveals his secrets. A lot of people didn't get it. A lot of people were dumbfounded why I was attacking him, and even he still doesn't get it to this day. But I had to smoke him out a little bit, and he presented in no uncertain terms that he does not believe Israel controls the United States, and we disagree on that. And, now that he said that, I can say I think he's a stand-up guy, and maybe we could debate that in the future, but that's not true, and that means that he's not really one of us. And I don't think he ever pretended to be one of us. I'm sure he would say that. He's not a groiper. I don't think he purported to be one, but I need all of you to understand that he's not one. Because maybe he wasn't confused and I wasn't confused, but we're not the marks. You are the marks. And when people... And again, who knows how intentional it is? When people are being promoted on big platforms and they purport to be the cavalry, the truth tellers, again, and maybe that's not their intention.
2, power and shell
but deep down,
completed.
on a fundamental level, they don't understand, or maybe they don't believe in what's really going on. It's a big problem.
And iron into
that's insulin. It's been going on for a very long time. It's the oldest trick in their book. Whether they were Jews converting to Christianity in Spain,
most of the native
whether they were Jews pretending to be American or German, or whether they were pretending to be conservatives in the 80s,
fueling
it doesn't
the
matter. It's always the
biomass
same
burner
thing.
with inappropriate materials will result in deductions or even cancellation of your yearly bonus.
She told me all I had to do was ask to be on the show. After all that.
Complete hub upgrade
YouTube.
3.
She goes, YouTube. And then she says, well, litigation. And then she confronts me in private and says, well, you're chronically online. You're afraid of rejection. You should have just asked me. So all I had to do was ask. So what happened to the litigation in YouTube? I don't know. You know what? I don't want to give her a hard time. It doesn't make any sense to me. But in the spirit of diplomacy, I'm still going to criticize her position, which I think is wrong. But I'm not going to be so personal in my attacks. I think, she could be a powerful ally for this movement. But I'm approaching cautiously because, we don't know her and she comes from a different world and she does have a different audience and maybe a different sensibility. Maybe it's all a big misunderstanding. And I'm willing to take her at her word. All of this is silly business, but, sometimes the devil is in the details. And trust, loyalty, these are very important things when you're talking about an occupation of America. We're talking about a lot of money. We're talking about a lot of influence. This is a very critical time in the history of our nation and a lot of funny business. And, my mom always used to tell me if something doesn't seem right, it usually isn't. So maybe we all just got mixed up. And I'm willing to believe that. But it still doesn't make a ton of sense. You know what would go a long way to show some good faith? Conversation. But I'm not going to hold my breath, so we'll see. So I talked to Candace. Yeah, contrary to what she said, which I was totally bewildered by. She says, blackmail. Okay. I don't think so. Now you know. Now you know full transparency, and now you can be the judge. You've heard both sides of the story, and now you know the facts. Now we know the facts on both excuses. And now we've reached the third layer, which is you just needed to ask. Oh, okay. Oh, is that simple, huh? Okay. Oh, maybe another time. But anyway, so I just wanted to address that because she called me out and she said, he's lying about me, he's blackmailing me. She said something else. She said, I've never watched his show. He said, I red-pilled him. There's some mutual friends. I don't want to blow up anybody's spot. I've heard it for a long time from many people, but hey, maybe they're all liars too. Maybe she forgot that as well. Who knows? But anyway, I'm being a little bit snarky here. It could be a misunderstanding. I find it difficult to believe. But it's not that important. We're going to move on. We're going to talk about our big story tonight. So we'll see what happens with that. Like I said, I'd like to be your friend, but, I supported her a lot. I think I did her a big favor by doing that interview. I thought that was very nice of me. And she's just been very weird about it. If somebody said do an interview with Candace, I'd say, yeah, absolutely, but, whatever. But, with her, it's like, it's so complex and complicated. I don't know why it's so complicated. It's this, and now it's this, and now... Okay, I don't know. A little too complicated for me, but I don't deal with women that much. So we're going to move on. We're going to talk about the big debate because that's what you came here to see. We'll talk about the presidential debate last night. And I was very positive last night about Trump's performance. Like I said, I think he won. But I want to go over some new points. Just to recap very briefly, the general election debate last night, as you know, 90-minute debate hosted by ABC, Trump versus Kamala. And my reaction last night was basically this. And this is my analysis of the debate on a very technical level. This is me just talking about it as a spectator and judging it objectively. First of all, and this is the point, I think, which is the least controversial, I think everybody knows it was totally rigged. The moderation was unbelievably one-sided. And I have to tell you, I was a little bit surprised because the moderation at the debate in June was actually very good. I thought it was very fair. I was surprised in June at how good it was. And I don't know why it was good. We can speculate. I have my theories. But it was good in June, and so I thought maybe last night, because even of the time limits and the muted microphones, it seemed like we were trending towards better debates. Because the debate in June was very, I think everybody praised the debate in June as being very well-structured, and the moderation was very good and balanced and fair. Questions were good. And then last night, it was just like 2016 all over again. Totally one-sided, terrible questions. Fact-checked Trump, and they were wrong about multiple things. Some of it was ridiculous. They asked him about January 6th, and Trump said, well, I wasn't at fault because I requested National Guard through Nancy Pelosi, and she turned me down. And the moderator said, well, I asked about you, not Nancy Pelosi. I mean, what is that? I mean, that was so ridiculous. I think it strains anybody's willingness to believe that they were even trying to be impartial. So that was a big takeaway, but that's pretty uncontroversial. As far as Trump and Kamala are concerned, basically the debate went exactly how I predicted. And I said that, I said that Kamala would win, and I think I was wrong about that. I think Trump won. But here's what I said specifically on the pregame last night. I said, what we know about Trump is that his strength is his instinct. He has this ability to wing it. He can go in, and when his back is against the wall, he has an almost supernatural, primitive ability to just somehow come out unscathed and perform. And it's sloppy and it's messy, but somehow he always gets the job done. It's like a movie character. I said, but his weakness is that he doesn't prepare. He doesn't prepare for things that you absolutely must anticipate. Like, for example, the question on abortion. And I said, that's what they're going to ask about. That's going to be Kamala's rehearsed, choreographed big moment of the night. I said, and the Trump campaign has refused to create a solid doctrine on this. They don't have a plan.
So smart.
They have been caught on the back foot on this issue. I mean, realistically, throughout this entire election, but even over the past few elections, even in 2016, he got in hot water for saying the women should be punished. Something I happen to agree with, but didn't do him any favors when he interviewed with Sean Hannity. So I said last night, he's got this wild card ability where he can get a critical hit in, and it shouldn't be, it's against the odds, but he's got this supernatural, uncanny ability to just make it happen. But he's just chronically underprepared. I said, and the vulnerability is going to be on something like abortion, where they're laying a trap, he's going to walk into it, and it's going to be a vulnerability, it's going to hurt him. And that is basically exactly what happened. I even got it down to the question. I said, watch, they're going to ask about abortion. Kamala's going to give a sob story. She's going to say, and I talked to a mother who faced death. You know, the life of the mother was at risk, and the doctor was told by the Republicans that they couldn't perform the operation. And that's almost bar for bar exactly what she said. Trump got caught up. They asked him the same question that they asked J.D. Vance, and they used the statement. They said, J.D. Vance said he would veto a federal abortion ban. Would you? And Trump got caught on the back foot. He said, well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. That's not a good answer. And it's like I said last night, you knew they were going to talk about abortion. You knew she was going to say that. You knew they were going to ask that question. You knew they were going to use J.D. Vance's statement. And it's as if they didn't even think of it. They had no playbook for that. And, you know, you can be forgiven. Sometimes they throw in a curveball. Sometimes they throw in a curveball. They ask about something like quantum computing, you know, not so much in the general, more so in the primary debates. Sometimes they throw in a wild card. You could be forgiven for not knowing Aleppo. You could be forgiven for not knowing a handful of things. But you knew that was coming. You knew precisely the question they didn't prepare. And it was a weak moment. And so it played out exactly like I thought, but Trump pulled it out. And it's like I said, he was very aggressive, very bold, outrageous, loud, leaned into the personal attacks, and sometimes it worked for him and sometimes it didn't. He landed some big blows, and that's what you want to do, because in a debate, nobody is talking about the 90-minute average. They're not talking about the median performance minute by minute. They're not talking about if you took an average cross-section of the debate, you know, what was the texture of it? It's moments. The debate is measured in moments. What are the big moments? And it's not even whether they're good or bad. It's whether they're big and whether the other guy looks like an idiot and whether you look funny or likable or cool or smart, you know, whatever it is. The debates hardly matter anyway, but the attribute of the debate that matters are the clippable moments, the sound bites, and Trump had all of them. When he used Kamala's, excuse me, I'm talking against her, when he said he would send her a MAGA hat, when he said, I'll let you in on a secret, he hates her about Biden, which we'll get back to because I thought that was a very interesting thing to say. And of course, when he talked about cats and dogs. That was the moment of the night. That was the moment of the debate. And here's why that was a perfect moment. It was outrageous, it was funny, it was topical, and it brought attention to an issue which is directionally correct. And you know, to kind of isolate that one for a moment, those are the kinds of statements that made Trump a success in 2016. Everybody in 2016 thought that the method to the madness, if there was one, was just to say the most outrageous thing. But that's not what the method was. When Trump was constantly winning in 16 and growing in the polls and constantly surging, and the media couldn't make sense of it, the method was this. He would say something outrageous that was maybe partially untrue or half true, but it pointed in the direction of a larger truth. And here is the anatomy of how that served him. The media would seize on the outrageous, sensational nature of it, or the technical inaccuracy of it. Sometimes it was totally true, but they'd get him anyway. It would sound bad. But it was an invitation, it was a trap for the media to talk about it. And when the media got to talking about it, they exposed broadly a big issue that the population agreed with Donald Trump about. So I'll give you a perfect example of this. When he said they're bringing drugs, crime, and rapists, the media could not resist it. It was outrageous. It was sensational. He's calling them rapists. How can you do such a thing? That's racist. And they covered it, wall-to-wall coverage, and that was at his announcement speech. So he announced with a big splash, and he took over the cycle in a very crowded field, 16 candidates, but he took over the media with the outrage. And not every illegal immigrant is a rapist, but a lot of them are. Almost every woman crossing the border gets raped by coyotes. Those are the cartel-aligned traffickers that bring the people from Mexico to the United States. They do all get raped. There is a lot of rape at the border. It's treacherous, and everybody knows that. And it also capitalized on a general feeling that illegal immigration is getting too bad. It's gone too far. And so the media thought they were hurting Trump by saying he said something racist and sensational. But they helped him because they spotlighted him and his advocacy on an issue that quietly the American people are with him on. And that is why the Haitian remark was vintage Trump. That's what was vintage about it. Because it was sensational. Maybe it stretches plausibility. But however you want to cut it, 20,000 Haitian refugees in a small town in Ohio, 33% of the population there. And maybe they're eating cats and dogs, and maybe they're not, but they shouldn't be there. And we know they're killing school children. And we know they're bringing all kinds of third world practices. And you can look at Haiti, and it's a shithole. And we don't want them here. And it's just like all the Venezuelans that are here. And it's just like all these other people that are here, taking public services, making us unsafe, and they're foreign. And it's vintage Trump. The media said, cats and dogs, this is really funny. But it's ridiculous. It's not ridiculous for the people in the cities that see this going on. It's not ridiculous. There's eyewitness reports of it, and the media is calling them liars. And by calling them liars in Ohio, they're calling everybody a liar that has had enough of Venezuelans and every other kind of illegal immigrant that's been coming here for the past, well, I mean, realistically forever, but for the past 4 years especially. Vintage Trump, and it was perfect. So it was an excellent moment. It wasn't just outrageous, but it pointed towards an issue that is a winner for him, and it's something the media will never touch, and they hate to touch, because of course it does not fit the narrative. They don't want to talk about a border crisis. So it's classic. So those were the strengths. He had great moments. It was funny, outrageous, and he brought it home on immigration, which is where it needs to go. The weaknesses were it was very sloppy, like I said, unprepared, and, it was maybe too much for some people. But overall, I think it was a win. Now, here's something else we'll talk about. Well, first, I want to return to the he hates her comment. That's very interesting. Trump said Biden hates Kamala. He said if it wasn't for Biden dying in that debate, he'd be right here and not her, and he hates her. And, a lot of people that might have went right over their head, but it's true. And Trump knows, first of all, Trump can read the body language. And Trump has this, because he's a negotiator, has a unique ability to empathize. And he puts himself in Biden's shoes as an older man and identifies the resentment, maybe the jealousy, being threatened in that way. And also because, of course, there is some internal baseball there, some inside baseball rather, that the Biden, specifically Jill, did not want Joe forced out of the race. And I'm sure they do hate her because she and the Democrat machine made a play for Trump. Or rather for the candidacy, for Biden's candidacy, his nomination with the Democrats. So I thought that was a good line. Now I want to talk about some new things tonight about the performance. Two things in particular, then we're going to talk about 9/11. So first things first. It's very interesting. The media hated Trump's performance last night. Universally, it was the consensus from the media that Trump did a horrible job. New York Times, Politico, The Hill, all the big papers, all the Washington papers, all the papers of record, they all say he did a terrible job. He lost. Kamala expertly set the trap, and Trump walked right in. He took the bait. But the media is actually a really good barometer. They're not actually a good judge of whether Trump did a good or a bad job. They're a good barometer. And some people that I know who used to work for Trump, I don't want to say who, but a lot of people that feel the same way that I do, very frustrated about Trump, they notice something. And maybe you've noticed it too. And I said it on Telegram a few months ago. The media has not been attacking Trump. From roughly May or June.
They have, though, this past
until August. The media was not attacking Trump. I'll give you a few examples. At the CNN debate in June, the Trump-Biden debate, the media was actually fair to Trump. They didn't ask him any questions, unlike last night. They weren't biased, unlike last night. They pressed Joe, unlike last night. Example number 2, after Trump gave his speech at the RNC back in July, the New York Times wrote a glowing front-page article about it. The New York Times said Trump has finally abandoned American carnage. That's the phrase he used in his inaugural address in 2017, which they said was dark. They said he finally has moved past American carnage, and now he's talking about our opportunities and potential as a nation. And they said, with cautious optimism, they said, well, we're not sure he could stick to it, but this presents a challenge to the Democrats. This is a good message. He was able to not do personal attacks, and he was able to be a good sport. And if you notice, in the months of May, June, July, and some of August, they hardly attacked Trump. What they did attack was Project 2025 and J.D. Vance. And they attacked Project 2025 and J.D. Vance because they recognize that those are the only radical conservative elements that are left on the Trump ticket. Lindsey Graham, Tim Scott, Donald Trump, Burgum, Chris LaCivita, Susie Wiles, Jason Miller. These are not radicals. There's no one radical in the picture. But Project 2025 is made up of loyalists, and they're social conservatives, and they're promising Schedule F, gutting the executive branch, firing after reclassifying 50,000 federal employees, and doing a full regime change through the bureaucracy. And they clock Vance as one of the most nominally conservative members of the Senate, who has been a speaker at NatCon and, has come up in the milieu of Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel, and that's a whole other story, but that's how the Democrats are describing it. So they've trained all their attacks on Vance and Project 2025. Not as much Trump. When they're not praising him sometimes, they're attacking, Project 2025, they're attacking Vance. And what they're doing is they're conditioning him. When Trump cucks, they praise him. When Trump has something based, like Project 2025, they try to hang him with it. And they make him run from it. They say, if you don't disavow Project 2025, that's going to be your biggest liability. So the New York Times and all the mainstream media said, Project 2025, that's all they could talk about. And Trump said, I don't want this negative press. I don't want to be hanged by this liability from the radical right. I have nothing. And there was some palace intrigue going on between AFPI and Project 2025 back in January, back in winter, and then it exploded because the media tried to hang him with it. And Trump dutifully distanced himself from it because he said, I don't want the media to attack me for that, because Trump wants the New York Times to like him. That's the dirty little secret about Trump. Trump craves the approval and adulation of the New York Times and the mainstream media. He wants to be loved in New York, but it's never going to happen. Unless he absolutely sells out.
You're seriously making me just
So they've been conditioning him.
Just go AFK,
and I think there's also something to do with Israel. I think that it's very clear Biden, when he came out at that press conference, when he addressed the special counsel and his classified documents, he criticized Israel, and then everything changed after that. The New York Times editorial board came out the next day, and every one of them called for Biden to resign after that press conference.
Boy, I wish I could watch this sunset.
And Biden said he would veto a standalone foreign aid bill to Israel. That is before they were attacked by Iran in April. And all of a sudden, then the media started to like Trump. And so I think there's a few things going on there. I think that they're conditioning him to embrace a softer approach, attacking the conservative elements to shave them off, and they have the backing of the Israel lobby. I think they changed, who they wanted. And then what happened last night? Well, Trump went in. Trump went in, and we saw him in rare form, vintage Trump, talking about eating cats and dogs, throwing Kamala's thing back at her. Excuse me, I'm talking. Sound familiar? I mean, freaking vintage Trump. And they hated it. And they said, and they're insane today. New York Times, The Hill, Politico, The Atlantic, all of them. They're freaking, even Fox News. Brit Hume was on last night. It's clear Trump had a very bad night. Lindsey Graham says it went terribly. Ben Shapiro says it went terribly. Suddenly, it's like 2016 all over again. The media hates Trump. The never-Trumpers hate Trump. They hated the performance. He blew it. He's going to lose. And why? Because he talked about immigration. He talked about the Haitians. He turned on. He went after her. That's not the reaction I saw on TikTok. Because I went on TikTok and I went on X. And that's not what I saw. On every X poll, Trump was winning 70%, 90%. And when I went on TikTok, I saw all kinds of people in the comments doing live reactions. They thought it was hilarious when he said cats and dogs. And they agreed that it was real. And now people are doing the reporting and people are finding out it is real. And the media made a big mistake by turning that into a story. They said cats and dogs. They legitimized it. Trump baited the media into legitimizing cats and dogs, and now guess what we're all talking about? Not inflation, not Vance wearing a t-shirt in the pool, which is weird as fuck. We're all talking about whether these savage cannibals from Haiti are eating cats and dogs, and why 20,000 of them are in the middle of Ohio. And that's vintage Trump. That's the power of Trump.
True.
And by the way, I was there from the beginning. Not only was I there from the beginning and supported it from the beginning, I understood it from the beginning. Because I am as well a political animal, I understood from the beginning the method to the madness of Trumpism. And that's why he won in 16, and that's why I think he struggled in 2020. I think he won, but he did lose support among some key demographics as well.
What am I supposed to...
And I think that's why he's struggling now. I think that's why Republicans across the board have been struggling.
I guess I could. I don't have an extractor,
so
it's like...
I thought it was vintage Trump, and so those are some things I've been thinking about. Seeing all of the reaction, it's sort of like Rotten Tomatoes. It's like Disney makes a movie, and they put a gay black guy as the main, a gay black girl, excuse me, as the main character. And Rotten Tomatoes, the critics say 100% this is the best movie ever. And the audience says this is dog shit. This is the biggest piece of dog shit I've ever seen. The media says perfect, down to the last minute detail. And the audience says the biggest piece of dog shit I've ever seen. And that was the debate last night. And that's vintage Trump. And that is the kind of mindset that's going to win in the election. So for all the people that said I'm anti-Trump, no, I love Trump. I've always understood Trump. And when the New York Times likes Trump, that's when he's making a mistake. Because who is the New York Times? The New York Times is all liberals. You could call them Jews too, but I mean, they're all liberals. The New York Times are all cosmopolitan, feminist, far-left, liberals. And if they think Trump is doing a good job, look, they're not going to vote for him. They all know they're voting for Kamala. They all know they're going to vote whoever it is, whether it's Biden or Kamala. They all know they're going to vote for the Democrat. And yet they write their editorials, oh, Trump did a really good job at the RNC. Oh, okay, you're not going to vote for him ever. And in the first debate, his debate in June with Biden, none of them said that Biden won. And that's when Trump was subdued. That's when he was muted. That's when he was totally chill. And they all said, oh, Trump did a great job. Biden should drop out. So there's a pattern going on there. So that's my point number one. Point number two is this. It was a good performance, but it's not really good enough. I'm glad he got his mojo back. And I'm glad he's talking about immigration. But we've seen this before.
I don't know how big they
I'll remind you of the midterms in 2018 because I covered them because I was doing a show every night, just like I am now back then. In 2018, just before the midterms, you know what Trump did? Amid surging illegal immigration, caravans from the Northern Triangle, this time for Venezuela, but back then it was the Northern Triangle. It was Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador. They had a big caravan in the fall of 2017 when he started talking about DACA amnesty. There was a caravan in the spring of 2018, and there was a caravan in the fall of 2018 as well. And you know how Trump responded? He sent the National Guard to the border.
Is it actually working?
He sent the National Guard to the border. Meanwhile, he had a Republican Congress for 2 years, and the Republicans wouldn't give him money for the border wall. They wanted $18 billion for the fence, for an 18-foot bollard fence, 1,000 feet of it across roughly half the border. They wanted an additional $5 billion for increased Customs and Border Patrol and ICE. So $18 billion, $5 billion for personnel, $23 billion package. They tried to negotiate it in the omnibus bill. Trump shut down the government over this and eventually reopened it. They gave him $1.6 billion for the Rio Grande Valley region to approve the fencing. And that's when Trump, afterwards, after the shutdown in 18 and then into 19, went to the DOD and tried to get the money, had to fight it through the courts. But so for 2 years, Trump had a Republican House and Senate, couldn't get appropriations for the wall, didn't build a wall, didn't build any mile of wall. And it wasn't even a wall, what was constructed. But for 2 years, they were able to do it. They didn't. And right before the midterm elections, he sent down the National Guard. And then he started going to rallies and saying, we're going to call ourselves nationalists. We're going to bring that word back. I'm a nationalist. And he said, we're going to deport them and we're going to get the wall built and all this. And you know what happened after the election? They lost the House. They barely hung on to the Senate. Trump shut down the government. Jared Kushner renegotiated it to open the government with no money. And then the National Guard came home. The National Guard was recalled. Trump never said nationalist again. And then by May and June of 2019, 6-7 months after the midterm elections, illegal immigration hit the highest level since 2001.
Structure's huge.
I think it was actually the year 2000 because Bill Clinton was still president. It hit the highest level in 20 years, in May and June of 2019. And I remember because that is when I said I might vote for Andrew Yang. Sound familiar? Back then in 2019, I said illegal apprehensions at the border have hit 160,000 per month. It's the highest in 20 years, higher than any year under Obama. And that's when I said maybe I'll vote for Andrew Yang because this is ridiculous. We voted for an end to illegal immigration. Here we are. It's been 2.5 years since he was inaugurated and nothing has changed. And now we don't have a majority in the House. And that's where it was in 2019. It got worse. Sound familiar? And so this is their playbook. They do nothing on the border. Just like in the past midterms, they got elected in 22 with the mandate to close the border. Kevin McCarthy had to get thrown out because he wouldn't even take it to the Democrats. He wouldn't even take a real border bill to negotiate to the Democrats before the government shut down on September 30th. And that's why Matt Gaetz threw him out with the vote of no confidence. Or whatever they called it, the motion to whatever. And then Mike Johnson came in, and there was a stalemate on border for months, but it all ended when Israel got attacked by Iran in April. And then they canceled any demands they had on the border, any apprehensions they had about the $60 billion for Ukraine, and they passed it anyway. And here we are, 2 years into our dwindling Republican majority, nothing has been done on the border. And it's not Trump's fault. Contrary to what they say, Republicans just simply won't do it. So they may say mass deportations, they may say illegal immigration, it's not enough. It's not enough. Not enough. And Americans need to get used to saying that. You know, black people have no problem saying that. Have you noticed that? Black people have no problem coming to their politicians or whoever and saying, not enough. Section 8, not enough. Government programs, not enough. We need reparations, not enough, not enough. That's the mantra. We need no, defund the cops. No, we want no cops. Body cameras, defund, now abolish the police. Now give all the money to social programs. Now give it to welfare. Now give us reparations. Not enough.
You might as well
and
just
what
go
do
out
white
and
people say?
smoke.
Good enough.
Like, this
Every
is,
year, white people say that's
like,
good
just
enough.
go AFK, literally.
That's good enough. What are we going to do? Have a Democrat come in? That's good enough.
Blows.
They appropriated
They've had how
$1.6
long
billion
to perfect
to
this
increase
shit?
border fencing in the Rio Grande Valley, while Ukraine gets $250 billion
doing
and
in
Israel
there?
gets $8 trillion. Good enough. Good enough. And that's why we're always getting screwed. That's why when BLM said not enough, they got jobs in the Fortune 500 companies. When BLM said not enough, they got affirmative action. They got what they wanted. Now, maybe they got what they wanted and it's not what they bargained for, but they got it. White people never get what they ask for. Native Americans never get what they ask for because they're always telling themselves and negotiating with themselves, telling us it's good enough. So it was good. I'm glad to see him in his old form. I like to see the mojo back. I like to see immigration. We need to hear the words immigration moratorium. No more immigrants. No more. Not temporary protected status, refugees from Haiti or Venezuela, because they're not even illegal. They were given TPS. Trump gave 500,000 Venezuelans TPS. Look it up. The last day in office, January 19th, 2021, Trump signed an executive order giving temporary protected status from deportation to 500,000 Venezuelans. And why do you think now they're all coming from Venezuela? It's the classic hand in glove. Trump and John Bolton put maximum pressure on Venezuela, stopped them from selling their oil, and their economy collapsed. They all came pouring in, and then they gave them amnesty. And now they're pouring in by the millions because it's Democrats, and they signal they're not going to enforce. So Trump set the stage for this. And the Haitians have temporary protected status. They're technically here, they're here illegally, but they're being protected under the law from deportation. And they're not violent criminals. Why is that relevant? Because what is Vance and Trump saying? When they ask about mass deportations and they say, how are you going to get 11 million people out? Isn't that hilarious, by the way? It was 11 million in 2012. That was the official number in 2012. Okay? When Obama was president. So 4 additional years of Obama, record high illegal immigration under Trump, record destroying illegal immigration under Biden, and this fucking asshole at the debate last night said 11 million illegals. David Muir at ABC. What are you going to do about the 11 million undocumented immigrants? First of all, they're fucking illegal aliens. What is an undocumented immigrant? They're illegal aliens. 1. 2, it's been 11 million it's like with Israel and the bomb. Iran has been 24 hours away from a nuclear weapon for 30 years. And illegal immigration has been cemented at 11 million of them for 30 years. Even though there are millions of them coming in every single year. There were 10 million that came in 4 years alone. But somehow it's still 11 million. Anyway, but they asked him, they said, what are you going to do with the 11 million illegal aliens? And you know what Vance said? Or Trump said this and Vance said this. Vance said this in an interview the day before. He said, one bite at a time, man. He said, first, we're going to prioritize the violent criminals using local law enforcement. Then he said, we're going to make it difficult for employers to hire illegal aliens and they'll self-deport. That's what Mitt Romney said. They've been saying that for years. For years. For 50 years, they have been saying, well, some of them could stay. We're going to they always prioritize the violent criminals. The violent criminals are always going out. They were going out under Obama, Bush. The violent criminals are always going out.
What is that? A second son?
Okay.
Is that like a mini son?
We're going to prioritize the violent criminals. Okay, what about the 40 million other ones? Okay, how many violent criminals? Let's say it's 1 million. How many illegals are there? 20 million, 30 million, 40 million? What about the other, all of them? Well, they're going to leave after we do E-Verify. Oh, you're going to do E-Verify? How are you going to do that? Are you going to do it through a divided Congress that the Democrats are almost certainly going to win? I don't think so. Are you going to do it at the state level? Well, let's see. Ron DeSantis implemented E-Verify in Florida, and you know what he did? He gave an exception for businesses with fewer than 25 employees. So guess what a big business does? They create 100 shell corporations and hire 24 employees each. And they evade the E-Verify requirements. Okay, and you want to know why? Because the giant firms that are all owned by BlackRock, the giant firms that are all on Wall Street, the firms that are putting up the money benefit from the illegal immigration because they employ them. Illegal immigrants are cheap, and they're cheap because the government makes up the difference. They don't have to pay illegals a living wage because they don't abide by OSHA and other employer regulations, and they're not unionized and so on. And how do they live on an unlivable wage? Well, the government subsidizes the rest. The food, the housing, the healthcare, the education, everything. The taxpayer does. So we are paying the labor cost of the big corporations. They say, yeah, well, you know, how are you going to get cheap groceries if you don't have migrant labor? Well, you're paying for it in taxes. All the liabilities. By the way, the lifetime fiscal impact of one immigrant is $140,000 a liability. How much are we saving? So they always say that we're going to do violent criminals. That's a given, okay? You're going to arrest a murderer, they don't have citizenship, and you don't deport them? That should be a given. They should be jettisoned into the sun. As far as I'm concerned, you should already be deporting violent criminals. They should be jettisoned to the bottom of the ocean or the sun. So that's a given. What about the rest of them? Well, they'll just leave when we do E-Verify. And what are they going to do when they get in with no majority? Well, we can't pass E-Verify. We don't have a majority. That's why you got to vote in 2026. And they're going to lose in 26. And you know what they're going to say in 2028? That's why you got to vote in 2028. And in the meantime, we're going to get 100 million more legal immigrants. The illegal immigrants that are here are going to have anchor babies. The anchor babies are going to go to school. They're going to be taking ESL. They're going to not take the Pledge of Allegiance. They're going to grow up and they're going to vote for Democrats in Texas and Georgia.
Due to past incidents, I have been asked to issue a clarification.
That's your mass deportations.
Portable minors, obviously, do not have a connection for
So every year they say, you know, when it comes down to the wire and they need to turn out the base, they say immigration, and then they get in and then they say, yeah, well, we'll do it next time. Well, we need more people in the House. We don't control the government. Remember what Marjorie Greene said? People said, Marjorie Greene, you broke every promise you made. And she said, well, hey, we control one half of 1/3 of the government. Okay, so then what are you doing? Like, so then why bother? You can't do anything unless the Republicans have a supermajority and everything. We can't even count on Amy Coney Barrett on the Supreme Court to vote in our direction. And Ketanji Brown Jackson will. So it's like, so we need 9 Supreme Court justices, we need 400 congressmen, and we need 80 senators to reliably break the filibuster, and we need the president. And only then can the country have a border. That's what she's telling us. Hey man, I control 1/2 of 1/3 of the government. Okay, so we're gonna need 100 senators to break the filibuster, 400 congressmen, because half the Republicans are cucks always, and we're gonna need to pack the court with every writer on the Daily Stormer, because Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh never vote our direction. One of them always, you know, whenever it's something important, one of them decides to be a liberal that day. That's your Federalist Society. Mitch McConnell, federal judiciary, by the way. So, you know, and I'm getting worked up about it, but suffice to say, we can have no more immigration. Trump needs to say the words immigration moratorium. I don't want to hear, you know, talking about illegal immigration is great. I'm glad he's pointing to it. But until we get a promise that there's going to be real deportations, there's going to be a real fucking wall that they can't take down, that there's going to be no legal immigrants, it's just not serious. It's not serious. If you don't believe it,
I thought it meant
watch Trump win. Watch him win again against all odds. And then watch all that mass deportation rhetoric go out the window. Day in, day out, weeks go by, months go by. They may try it. And you know what's going to happen? Wall-to-wall coverage in the media of crying parents and children being separated in 60-minute specials and Dateline, and Dateline's a crime show, I think. What? But all the I'm a Zoomer, I don't know. All the shows are going to say, boo-hoo, these poor brown faces, they're so miserable. And the administration's going to back down immediately. And there'll be no more talk of deportations for the rest of the administration, if they even try it. Okay, so there's going to be no deportations. If they're going to build a wall, it's going to be an 18-foot bollard fence, and they're going to climb over it. And they're going to climb over it when the next Democrat gets in. That's why it needs to be a serious immigration proposal. Let's hear a serious. He went to, and listen, Trump has been following our playbook. It's kind of remarkable. When I said I said stop doing groceries, go to Phoenix, go to the border, shout out Joe Arpaio. What did he do? He went to Phoenix. He visited the border. He shouted out Joe Arpaio. Look it up. That's exactly how it happened. I said go to Detroit, talk about crime. What did he do? He went to Detroit. He held the presser with the police, talked about crime. And what did I say? I said, you need to hit immigration, immigration, immigration. I said, because abortion is her issue, you're never going to win on that. You can always win on immigration. Hit that a million times. What did he do during the debate? Personal attacks, immigration. He's been following our playbook. I think it's working. But Trump needs to give us. I don't want to just hear rhetoric. We need to hear a legitimate policy proposal. You need to get Stephen Miller to write it, or somebody. Get Mark Krikorian from CIS. Get FAIR. Get Migration Institute. Get Peter Brimelow, for that matter. Get the immigration restrictionists in the room, write the immigration proposal, and promise to enforce it. That's what we need to see. So that's why the Groyper War will continue in spite of the debate. Even though, like I said, the rhetoric was good, we still need to make it hurt, because we need to hear, yeah, look, we're not a cheap date anymore. Okay, Trump thinks that we're whores. Trump thinks that we're a couple of sluts. You know, Trump is like a big nigga pimpin', and we're a bunch of MAGA sluts. And he's gonna come in and say, yeah, fuck Haitians, man. They're eating dogs, they're eating your pets. They're terrible. And they think that we're gonna be enamored by that. We're gonna be wowed by his ability.
Where'd you go around?
Right? He's gonna pull up in some rented exotic car, fake Rolex, and we're gonna go in and, you know, give him a little action. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think it's getting a little gross, but it's true. It's gross, but if it's apt. No. You need to buy the cow, okay? You need to put a ring on it. You need to marry the base, okay? To extend this analogy further. We need commitment, Mr. Trump. We need commitment. Why are you afraid of commitment? Well, I'm not moving in with you until you put a ring on it. We need commitment, Mr. Trump. We need to know. You need to ask our parents for permission. And you need to demonstrate to us that you're loyal. We need to know that you're loyal, that you're going to take care of our kids together, that we're going to build a life together, and stop all this foolishness. We could forgive you for the past indiscretion.
I want to see the eclipse.
But you got to be a real man. I need to be a real man. I need to be a real man. That's what we need. We don't need a player or a baller. We need a real man to come in and close the border to all immigrants forever. So that's my reaction to the debate. It's good stuff. That's jokes, by the way, but you know, it's good rhetoric. I think he won the debate. I like to see him in vintage form, but we need a real immigration proposal, immigration moratorium. We need a real wall. We need some commitment. We need to know what's going to happen. So that's that. But I want to move on. Sheesh, it's already... Have I really already been streaming for an hour and a half? I don't even know if we're going to get to 9/11. Maybe we'll save 9/11 for tomorrow. That's a shame. I prepared such a big show about 9. I have all these notes about 9/11. Should I even do it? It'll be a true super show. So I've already been streaming an hour and a half, then we got to get into 9/11. Should I do it? Yes or no? One's for yes, cover 9/11. 2 for no. One, yes, cover 9/11. 2 for no. Don't cover 9/11. It's all ones. Well, it looks like the people... I can't hear you! This looks like the people... That's such cheap crowd work. I'm such a shameless performer. What do you think? You think I should talk about 9/11? I didn't quite catch that. Do you think I should talk about the Jews' role in 9/11? I can't hear you. That's such shameless crowd work.
That's pretty funny.
Shameless. All right, we'll talk about it, yeah. Pizza party, woohoo! No homework. No, we'll talk about the Jews in 9/11, okay? Some deep cuts. So, all right, fine. I'll tell the story about 9/11 again. I know it's your favorite. Our annual tradition. This is our annual tradition.
Oh, I can't
it's
take
good
them
to have
back.
Traditions, you know. It's good to have traditions as a people. Some people, they make prime rib, hang up the stockings on Christmas. Some people, you know, they do weird traditions, you know. And we every 9/11 we tell our origin story. The stones, the stones that were thrown on Ariel Sharon will be the first temple, as Peter Thiel would say. No, but so we're going to talk about 9/11. It's been 23 years, and it's really faded into the background. So many people I know were born after 9/11. I don't remember it. I was born in 1998. But so many people to watch this show, they're younger than me. 98. And it is truly a generational thing. At this point, of course, for the older generations, it's the day the Earth stood still, and it was the biggest thing ever. And even I remember growing up, it was sacred. You could not joke about it. I found that out at a very young age. Would you be surprised to learn that I was making 9/11 jokes in like 2nd grade and getting in trouble? But you know, I'm a congenital edgelord, okay? I can't, it's an incurable disease. But anyway, so 9/11, as we all know, the infamous day. And I think at this point, enough time has elapsed. Some serious discussion has occurred. There's not as much of an emotional reaction, and some of the censorship has abated. But now, a real discussion is taking place, and I think people are becoming aware that it wasn't as it seems. And I always like to start there. I'm very fond of that expression, because that is really the beginning of knowledge, in my opinion, is that things are not as they seem. There is, you know, the way that things appear to be by our perception, and we're told by power what things are like, because we don't know. Who are we told by? We're told by the government. We're told by the media. We're told by Hollywood. And they create the world that we inhabit. They tell us a story about ourselves. They tell us a story about the world around us. And we are prejudiced to believe it. And the beginning of knowledge is to realize that things are not exactly as they seem to be. Everybody understands that there is the appearance of what things are like. And appearance is not necessarily even what they look like, but generally speaking, the vibe that we get. What you might call normalcy, or what's mainstream or regular. But it's not. There's something else going on. There are plots. There are conspiracies. There are shadowy forces and ulterior motives and hidden agendas and secret armies, secret forces that operate, and deception is their weapon, you could say. You could say that deception is their method. And they're waging a war on us. And our credulity, our credulousness is their greatest asset. And so let's start with 9/11, that things are not as they seem. I think that's where everybody is. The Twin Towers were attacked. The Pentagon was attacked. There was a 4th target, which was not struck. A plane crashed in a field in Pennsylvania. And they said it was the work of 19 hijackers, Arab Muslims, mostly from Saudi Arabia, working under Osama bin Laden for a group called Al-Qaeda. They trained in Afghanistan. The Taliban took over and allowed for them to prepare such a thing. And this is a story that we're told. There was a clash of civilizations between the Crusader state of the United States of America and the Muslim world, which was in the grip of a young, very radical population possessed by Islamism, possessed by a zealous religious conviction in Salafist Islam and a political ideology that they would create a Muslim theocracy or a caliphate in the world. That is the narrative that we are told. But what we have learned since 9/11 is that those events set in motion a lot of things. It set in motion the war in Afghanistan, and not only that, but a truly global war, what they call the global war on terror. No formal declaration of war was given on Pakistan or Yemen or Syria, but there was a formal declaration of war on terror, which has been stretched to accommodate conflicts on many continents, mostly under the purview of the CIA, but also wars under the Pentagon. And it was also a pretext to expand state police power, in particular surveillance, but also control over travel and money. It saw the creation of the Department of Homeland Security, which regulates a lot of things. It's spies on citizens. And you could say that expanded the mission of the Central Intelligence Agency, whose jurisdiction is the rest of the world, into the interior of the United States. You could say that is what 9/11 did. And so in retrospect, when you look at the implications of 9/11, you have to question, is 9/11 something that we went too far? Or were all of those things that took place since, was that the agenda from the very beginning? And 9/11 was a carefully
compatible with the human digestive system by Fix-It. The consumer is responsible for any and all consequences.
In the microcosm and the macrocosm, whether
Store
it's
this potential
murder
resource
in a family,
for later
or whether
use.
it's a global war like the one we've seen over the past 20 years, you understand that false flags, deception plays a role. This is how World War II started. This is how we got involved in World War I. It's how we got involved in Vietnam and other things. And so people recognize that, maybe there's something more to the story about 9/11. Maybe it was carried out by somebody other than these 19 hijackers. Maybe there was some other element that was complicit, or maybe even planned it from the very beginning. And I think the details are difficult to figure out because it is shrouded in mystery. Nobody can know for sure. There is no hard evidence of anything, but there are clues. But I want to specifically focus tonight on the case of who benefits from 9/11. I want to talk about not necessarily even the events of 9/11, but the world before 9/11 and the world after. And specifically, I want to talk about 4 documents, which I think shed a light on what's going on in 9/11. And yes, it is a story about Israel. It's a story about the region. It's a story about Saudi Arabia, Osama bin Laden, Iraq, Israel, the Likud party, and the Jews in the United States. And I think this will shed some light on what exactly took place that day. Because, of course, when people believe there's a conspiracy about 9/11, it tends to focus on things like oil. They say Bush went to war for the oil. Or they talk about defense contractors. They say Halliburton and Lockheed and the Rand Corporation, this military-industrial complex, they brought us to war. And they focus on the American security apparatus. They talk about the CIA. Or they talk about the elected officials like Bush. But the element that nobody is allowed to talk about is the #1 beneficiary of the 9/11 attacks, which is the state of Israel and its allies in the U.S. government. So let's rewind. And I want to read to you the foreword of a book. The foreword is written by Israel Shayhak. The article is by a man named Oded Yanon. And Yanon was a senior advisor to Ariel Sharon. This is important. I'm going to need you guys to pay attention. So Ariel Sharon was a radical Zionist in Israel. Brutal, committed war crimes and massacres. He was the architect of the 1982 Israeli war in Lebanon. Ariel Sharon was the defense minister of Israel, so he led Israel's war in Lebanon in 1982. And by the way, Osama bin Laden said that he got his idea and his inspiration to hit the towers because he saw the high-density urban high-rises in Beirut, Lebanon burning in the 1982 war. So think about this. Where did bin Laden get his idea to fly planes into 9/11, ostensibly? He said, I decided to fly planes into the buildings because I witnessed the burning skyscrapers in Beirut, Lebanon when Israel waged its brutal war in 1982, spearheaded by Ariel Sharon, the defense minister, and a Likudnik. So Oded Yanon, his senior advisor, wrote in 1982 a document called A Strategy for Israel in the 1980s. It's a very long document. It's very complex. But this is the foreword to it by an Israeli scholar named Israel Shayhak. And I'm going to read you word for word what it says about this strategy. It says, quote, the plan, written by Ariel Sharon's senior advisor, published in 1982, this plan operates on 2 essential premises. To survive, Israel must become an imperial regional power and must effect the division of the whole area into small states by the dissolution of all existing Arab states. This is Ariel Sharon's plan in 1982 when he's the defense minister waging war in Lebanon. He says Israel must become an imperial world power, and to do that, we have to dissolve all the existing Arab countries into smaller countries, divide them up. It says they seek acquiescence, the Israelis, in their designs by the Lebanese, Syrian, Iraqi, Jordanian, and other Arab governments as well as by the Palestinian people. What they want and what they are planning for is not an Arab world, but a world of Arab fragments that is ready to succumb to Israeli hegemony. Yanon, in his essay, talks about far-reaching opportunities that are created by the very stormy situation that surrounds Israel. The Zionist policy of displacing the Palestinians from Palestine is very much an active policy, but is pursued more forcefully in times of conflict. The Israelis displace the Palestinians always, but they do it more during conflict. Opportunities are created by the stormy situation in the Middle East for Israel to dissolve the Arab states. It is also clear that the Palestinians were never the sole target of Zionist plans, but the priority target, since their viable and independent presence as a people negates the essence of the Zionist state. Every Arab state, however, especially those with cohesive and clear nationalist directions, is a real target sooner or later. So it says the Palestinians are not the only target, they're priority, because they're closest, and their existence undermines the essence of the Israeli state, because it contradicts their legitimacy. But it says actually every Arab state, especially the nationalist ones, those are targets. It says the idea that all the Arab states should be broken down by Israel into small units occurs again and again in Israeli strategic thinking. The strong connection with neoconservative thought in the United States is very prominent. But while lip service is paid to the idea of the defense of the West from Soviet power, the real aim of the author and of the present Israeli establishment is clear: to make an imperial Israel into a world power. In other words, the aim of Sharon is to deceive the Americans after he has deceived all the rest. Ariel Sharon was the prime minister of Israel during 9/11. He took power in March 2001 and died in 2006. This was his senior advisor in 1982. In 1982, writing about their plans for Israel, they say, this idea of splitting up Arab countries into smaller units that cannot threaten Israel, and especially the nationalist ones. He said that idea occurs over and over in Israeli strategic thinking. They're obsessed with this idea. The Israeli establishment, the right-wing Likud party, which also constitutes the IDF, which was born from the Haganah,
completed.
he said they're obsessed with this idea that the only way to make Israel safe is to destroy the Arab world. All these strong nationalist governments have to be ripped apart by seizing upon their
as you expand,
ethnic, religious, sectarian cleavages and division within those countries, so that none of them can threaten Israel, and they will succumb to the hegemony of an imperial
onboarding
greater
program
Israel.
was established because Fix-It pioneers
This is the
often
Clean Break Report in
experience memory
1996. Fast forward
after planetfall.
14 years. This was
If
commissioned
you are
by the Israeli government under Bibi
experiencing
Netanyahu,
nausea,
and the main author is Richard Pearl,
existentialism,
but it was
or
also
an
worked on by
itchy
Douglas
scalp,
Faith and David
there
Warner,
is
who
no
went on to
need
work in the
for
Bush
concern.
administration,
This should pass
and they were the
within
architects of the
5
Iraq
to
War.
7 workdays.
They wrote this.
Next
Syria
objective,
challenges Israel on
complete
Lebanese
hub
soil.
upgrade
An effective
6.
approach, and one which Americans can sympathize with, would be if Israel seized the strategic initiative along its northern borders by engaging Hezbollah, Syria, and Iran
That's what I wanted.
as the principal agents of aggression in Lebanon, including by paralleling Syria's behavior by establishing the precedent that Syrian territory is not immune to attacks emanating from Lebanon by Israeli proxy forces, meaning we can bomb Syria whenever we want. Kind of like the situation now. Israel can shape its strategic environment in cooperation with Turkey and Jordan by weakening, containing, and even rolling back Syria. This effort can focus on removing Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq, which is an important Israeli strategic objective in its own right, as a means of foiling Syria's regional ambitions. This was in 1996 by a bunch of Jewish authors commissioned by Netanyahu for the Israeli government. The authors later went on to work in the Bush administration during the global war on terror and the war in Iraq. This third document is Osama bin Laden's 1998 fatwa. He wrote two, one in 96, one in 98. This is what bin Laden says. He says, quote, for over 7 years, the United States has been occupying the Arabian Peninsula, terrorizing its neighbors, and turning its bases into a spearhead through which to fight the neighboring Muslim peoples. The best proof of this is the Americans' continuing aggression against the Iraqi people, using the peninsula as a staging post, even though all its rulers are against their territories being used to that end, but they are helpless. Second, despite the great devastation inflicted on the Iraqi people by the Crusader Zionist alliance, and despite the huge number of those killed, which has exceeded 1 million, despite all this, the Americans are once again trying to repeat the horrific massacres, as though they are not content with the protracted blockade imposed after the ferocious war or the fragmentation and devastation. Third, if the Americans' aims behind these wars are religious and economic, the aim is also to serve the Jews' petty state, Israel, and divert attention from its occupation of Jerusalem and murder of Muslims there. The best proof of this is their eagerness to destroy Iraq, the strongest neighboring Arab state, and their endeavor to fragment all the states of the region, such as Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Sudan, into paper statelets, like a state, statelet, like smaller state, and through their disunion and weakness to guarantee Israel's survival and the continuation of the brutal crusade occupation of the peninsula, the Arabian Peninsula. The ruling to kill the Americans and their allies, civilians and military, is an individual duty for every Muslim who can do it in any country in which it is possible to do it, in order to liberate the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Holy Mosque from their grip, and in order for their armies to move out of all of the lands of Islam, defeated and unable to threaten any Muslim. So, these are 3 documents. I'm going to read the follow-up, the 4th one, later. But this paints a picture for you of the situation that is unfolding in the Middle East, specifically in Saudi Arabia, in the minds of Osama bin Laden and the Arabs, but also in the minds of the Israelis before 9/11. There's a gathering storm, where after the Yom Kippur War of 1973, and after the Camp David Accords, in which Israel returned the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt in exchange for peace, there is a clean break in Israeli strategic thinking, where they say we cannot live among a powerful Egypt, Syria, Iraq, Iran, and continue to survive. We have to dissolve all of the powerful neighboring states. And they say in order to do that, we must deceive America using the neocons by portraying this as a battle between the Soviet Union and the West. We'll pretend to be a satellite of America in their fight against communism. We'll pretend to be a satellite of America in their war against Islam. But in reality, Ariel Sharon said, his senior advisor said, according to Israel Shayhak, what we're really doing is deceiving the Americans last, to use their military and seizing upon opportunities provided by a very troublesome situation in the Middle East, all the complexity and violence, to stir up the region and ultimately destroy the Arab nations and divide them so they cannot challenge Israel, and that therefore Israel can have hegemony and become a great power among the other great powers, like the United Kingdom, like France, like China, like the Soviet Union, like the United States. They say Israel is the only place where the Jews can be safe, not in the Soviet Union, not in America, not in Europe, only in Israel. And the only way for Israel to be safe is for them to destroy all their neighbors and to become a global power. And then 9/11 happens. Sorry, 9/11 happens. Ariel Sharon becomes prime minister in March 2001. At the same time, Israeli art students are being caught all over the United States. You can look this up. 200 of them were rounded up by the CIA. They were found roaming the halls of federal government buildings, taking pictures. They were Mossad agents in the first half of 2001. Hundreds of art students that were here to take a look were actually secret Mossad spies. September 11, 2001, the towers go down, and there's all kinds of questions about the explosions that were heard by eyewitnesses coming from the basement of the towers before they came down. And there's all sorts of fake evidence that's been presented. For example, there was all sorts of evidence about who the attackers were because their luggage was mysteriously intercepted at the airport, and one of them had the misfortune of their passport falling out of the sky when the plane crashed into the Twin Towers. I'm not making that up. The 9/11 Commission report said they identified the attacker because when the plane crashed into the building, his passport floated to the ground, and someone scooped it up and found it. That's what they say. 9/11 hijackers who couldn't pilot a single-engine plane took control of a major airliner jet engine and expertly flew it into the Twin Towers. And NORAD was not activated, and air defense was not activated. Jets were not scrambled. 9/11 happened. And then, as if they knew in advance precisely what would take place, a number of Israelis were arrested just across the river in New Jersey, photographing it. They had set up a camera on a tripod to record the event and were caught dancing and celebrating. Other Israelis were caught in a van in the tunnel with explosives, and they were later identified as Mossad agents. They were returned to Israel. All these things just happened. And then, after 9/11, the United States went to war against every Arab Muslim country. The United States went to war in Afghanistan, where the Islamist Taliban operated. They also engaged a bombing campaign in Pakistan, in the federally administered autonomous areas, the tribal areas where the Pashtun live in northwest Afghanistan, where the Taliban operated. Northwest Pakistan. They engaged Yemen in a bombing campaign that lasted 20 years and is going on today. They invaded Iraq and toppled Saddam Hussein, then engaged in an insurgency. The United States tried to end it in 2011, but then the United States not only redeployed to Iraq, but also to Syria in 2014 to defeat ISIS. We toppled Gaddafi in 2011 in Libya, one of the #1 supporters of the Palestinians. Sudan has been split in two, and now it's going to be split again because there's a civil war going on. Assad was nearly toppled. Lebanon was subjected to a brutal war in 2006. Gaza Strip and West Bank have been subjected to major operations, specifically in 2012 and 2014. And you can take a look at a map of the Middle East, and just about every single Muslim country has either been subdued through bribery from the United States and has normalized relations with Israel, and those countries would be Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, Egypt, or they have been destroyed, like Libya, Sudan, Lebanon, Syria, Afghanistan, Yemen, Iraq, and soon to be Iran, which is now suffering under the weight of sanctions. And it's like I said, who are the key players involved? Ariel Sharon, the Likudnik, said in the 80s, "It is our plan to create an imperial Israel by destroying all the powerful nationalistic Arab states." In 96, Netanyahu commissioned a clean break report with Richard Pearl and Douglas Faith and David Wormser saying, to secure Israel's northern border, they must topple Saddam Hussein, they must be able to set a precedent to airstrike Syria with impunity and target Iran, Lebanon, and Hezbollah. In 98, bin Laden said, "We are going to war with the United States because they are dividing Arab countries. They're destroying the most powerful Arab country, Iraq. They're using the Holy Land to wage a war. They're trying to destroy all Arab countries on behalf of the petty state of Israel. It's a Zionist Crusader alliance." And then, one day, suddenly, for no reason at all, 9/11 occurs after hundreds of Mossad agents have been rounded up all year, as Ariel Sharon, the author of the plan in the 80s, becomes the prime minister, and the authors of the Clean Break Report take control of the Pentagon under the presidency of George W. Bush. Perfectly situated, they both in tandem, the United States and Israel wage a global war on every Muslim country that hasn't submitted to Israel, which is going on to this day. And they say it was for the oil, they say it was for Halliburton, democracy, or they say it just happened. So basically a bunch of guys got in some planes and they flew them into buildings, and then their passport floated down to the ground, and with everyone getting mesothelioma and cancer and all the dust particles in two exploded, destroyed buildings and the 7th tower, someone dusted off the passport and delivered it to the US government, and that's how they know. And this is what bin Laden wrote in 2004. He says, "God knows it did not cross our minds to attack the towers, but after the situation became unbearable, and we witnessed the injustice and tyranny of the American-Israeli alliance against our people in Palestine and Lebanon, I thought about it. And the events that affected me directly were that of 1982 and the events that followed, when America allowed the Israelis to invade Lebanon, helped by the US 6th Fleet." Statement from 2004. And where are we today? Where are we today? Netanyahu, who commissioned the Clean Break Report, part of the same party of Ariel Sharon and Menachem Begin, clinging to political power, waging a war of expulsion against the Palestinians and attempting to goad the United States to destroy Hezbollah in Lebanon and to target Iran, the last remaining Islamist power that is set on overturning the Israeli hegemony in the Middle East. It's the same story. It's all part of the same story. To this day, they want to expel the Palestinians from Gaza and the West Bank. That's why David Friedman, Trump's former ambassador to Israel, is pitching in a forthcoming book to President Trump that Israel should annex the West Bank and Gaza Strip and expel the Palestinians. And that's why Netanyahu is confident that he will be able to use the Trump administration to occupy South Lebanon, which the Israelis, specifically the revisionist Zionists, believe is their birthright. It's part of the promised land in Greater Israel. To secure their northern border, they have to diminish Hezbollah and take over all the land south of the Litani River, and in the process, neutralize Iran by taking out its oil and natural gas resources and its nuclear complex, leaving the Middle East completely vulnerable to an imperial Israel, just as Ariel Sharon, senior advisor, described it 40 years ago. Surprise attacks, surprise attacks. October 6th, 1973, massive Arab surprise attack against the Israelis. The United States intervenes, and this is what creates the neocons and the clean break and everything. October 7th, 2023, 50 years later to the day, Hamas invades and it justifies the most expansionist war since 1967. September 11, 2001, the towers are hit. We go to war in Afghanistan and Iraq. September 10th, 2014, Obama redeploys troops to Iraq and Syria to fight ISIS, setting the stage for them to be attacked by the IRGC and Iran to this day, and their network of proxies drawing us into the current conflict. Surprise attacks, dates, names. They rhyme. They're all familiar. They're all connected. And now we're going to get Trump and Vance. And what did J.D. Vance say? Well, he echoed the Clean Break Report. He says we need an independent Israel. We need to supply Israel with the means to destroy Iran by themselves so they don't need our foreign aid. Do you understand what's going on here? We are building a rival great power. Israel has ambitions to be a great power. Our birth rate is down, their birth rate is up. Our country's being buried by diversity, theirs is homogeneous. They're an ethno-state. We're weakening every day. They're investing in the technology of the future. We built their Iron Dome. They won't share the source code with us. They're building relationships with China and Europe and Saudi Arabia. And they recognize the United States. Maybe they don't want to put all their eggs in one basket. We built Israel. We're building a rival great power. They're going to have hegemony over the center of the world island. If they control the Middle East, they control the depleting oil reserves of the world, significant natural gas resources, the Suez Canal, Strait of Hormuz, the gateway between the Eurasian African continents, what many people said is the key to controlling the world. And they're doing it by placing all of their fifth column elements inside the U.S. government. That's why it's the neocons in the media that agitated for it. It's the think tanks in Washington that wrote the playbook. It's the Jews inside the DOD and inside law enforcement that executed it. They said Israeli generals roamed the halls of the Pentagon and the White House like they lived there during the Iraq War, during the Bush administration. There are elements in the media lies about it. In academia, they cover it up. Look up Columbia Unbecoming and what's going on with Bill Ackman. They're decapitating any academic institution that opposes Israel, just as they've been doing for 20 years, just as Dr. Alamaru, Bronze Age pervert, and his friend Bari Weiss, a protege of Yoram Hazony, wrote about in 2004 with Columbia Unbecoming, and Yoram Hazony is now running NatCon, where J.D. Vance spoke just 2 months ago. And Vance got all the support from Thiel. Half of his net worth is in Palantir, which is a front for the Mossad inside of our CIA. And guess who was running the global war on terror? The CIA. We're still in the same war. All because of 9/11. It was not what it appeared to be. As we all know, this was an Israeli false flag. And this is the creation of the great power of Israel. Jordan Peterson talks about it. Peter Thiel talks about it. Curtis Yarvin's basically talking about it. It's talked about in the protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's a forgery. That's weird why it's so correct then. But that's what's going on. And that's the truth about 9/11. And people want to get caught up in, does jet fuel melt steel beams? I'm more interested in the gathering storm around the Arabian Peninsula in Iraq that led to 9/11 and what 9/11 justified. It plays a role. It's a mechanism. And I don't think it's in the interest of creating, I don't think it's in the interest of the United States to create a great power, Israel, to lord over the Middle East. Israel should be our satellite. And if they won't be, then we should find some other satellite in the Middle East. Why is that in our interest to create another great power to compete with? Why is that in our interest to create another great power that has infiltrated our country? Israel has extensive ties in the United States. How is that? That would be like if China was China, but also it had Chinese people all over the government, media, Hollywood, academia, and they ran our society too. There's a word for that. It's called world domination. In order to make the world safe for the Jews, they have to control the whole world. That's where it's gone. To make the world safe for the Jews, first they need a country. But then they need to defend their country. Well, we need a little more land. We need some living space. But now we're not safe unless there's any country in the region that challenges us. And until we have nukes, what happens then? What happens then? What happens when they have total control over the oil in the Persian Gulf? And they manipulate the United States. And they create technology and artificial intelligence, and they have the CIA, the data, and the AI at their disposal. Not good. Not good. And they hate Catholics. Like our friend said, Adam King, the other day when we debated with him and Gavin McInnes, who's a Shabbos boy. And I like Gavin, but I mean, it is what it is. He's not really doing me a ton of favors lately with what's going on over there. But Gavin and Adam King debated, and Adam King said, I would destroy the Catholics before I destroy the Muslims. And he said that when the Jewish Messiah comes, he's going to destroy the Catholic Church. You think their designs end when they take out the Al-Aqsa Mosque? Their designs are on Rome. They're coming for Rome. They're coming for us. Maybe there's nothing we can do to stop them. But that's where this is going. But that's the truth about Israel. So that's that. But I want to move on and take a look at our super chats. This is a super show. This is already a 2-hour show. So I want to move on. We'll take a look at our super chats and see what you guys are saying about all this. Let me know what you think about all that. Do you agree with me? Does that sound crazy? Or what do you think? We'll take a look. Let's see what we got. Pretty freaky stuff. And it's all out there. You don't need to be crazy. We're just looking at the facts. This is their agenda. This is what they want. It's what they're talking. It's what they talk about. If you read their media, they talk about it openly. People just don't. It's that simple. People just don't. Read the news.
Given a grave said $5. Trump lost. All of his answers were rambling. He didn't say anything based. Started the debate saying immigration is bad for blacks and Hispanics. I have a concept of a plan says it all. I get you were happy to see the old Trump, but he sucked.
I disagree.
Given a grave said $5. Also the Haitians eating cats part was terrible. When asked for evidence, he said some guy said it on TV. He came off like a retarded boomer thinking Low Ree's Facebook memes are evidence. Bay State would be immigrants are taking over a white town.
You think that would play? Blacks are taking over a white town. Yeah, that wouldn't sound like a boomer uncle. It's boomer uncle to say cats and dogs. It would be based if he said blacks are taking over a white town. Yeah, that would play well. He should have said that instead. That's a good point. This is a very good analysis.
Kalamazoo Broad sent $5. Hey Nick, did you know you have an Australian protege? He's a Jack Brady X on TikTok and X and has potential to become your Oceania vassal one day.
I don't know him. I think there's like 100 Australia First shows, if that's what you mean.
Kalamazoo Broad sent $5. Do you think forming legally incorporated breakaway cities like St. George, Louisiana is a viable solution to the degrading quality of life in U.S. cities? Could this be a way to create migrant-free zones?
No, because they'll send the diversity in. That's why getting rid of these civil rights laws is so important. If we could do that, then yeah, it's viable, and I think we should try.
Mr. MC Nasty sent $10. I'm your token Haitian lol. Found you from that first sneaker stream. Been listening ever since. Big fan. I'm listening to the Haitian invasion show you did 2 days ago and you spoke nothing but facts. It was hard pill to swallow when I was looking into the history of that shit island.
Well, I mean, look, it's just the truth. I never understood this thing where, it's like I'll say something about white people and black people, and people say, well, you're Mexican. And it's like, okay, so? And what does that have to do with anything? You say something like white people are good at creating countries. Yeah, but you're Mexican. Okay, and I live in a white country, and I'm glad. It's a great country. So, you know, you can be Haitian and still recognize the truth. It is what, you know, and you don't have to be self-hating. It's just the truth.
Mr. MC Nasty sent $5. But I was born there and moved here when I was 10, now 25. Do you think Haitian could be fixed by someone like you or a cook?
Someone like me could fix it. Because you'd have to be brutal. You need a dictatorship. You need a dictatorship for generations. And you know what you need to do? You need to take a lot of people out of the gene pool. You know? And you don't have to follow that, but what? People that are like murderers and cannibals have to be locked up and they can't have kids. I don't think that's insane. Haiti has a lot of cannibals and violence and crazy shit. You need someone to get in there. They're going to have no political freedom. It's going to be a dictatorship. Because, I mean, look, Haiti is a failed state. They can't manage it. Their government's corrupt. But if they put up another government, it'll be corrupt too. So you need someone to come in and run it like a colony. And the people that are totally out of control need to literally be separated out and removed. That bottom 10% has to go. Now, I'm a merciful person. I don't think they should be killed. But they should, like, here's the problem. They go and have 10 kids, and then you get 10 cannibals. So you got to put them in jail forever. The murderers, the violent people. You need to have absolute law and order. And the people that still can't handle it need to be separated out. And over time, the population will progress. The people that are, it's like natural selection. The people that are productive members of society, that are peaceful, they'll go about their day, they'll be productive, the average IQ will go up, and the people that are sociopathic maniacs, you know, they'll be treated mercifully, but, like, yeah, they're gonna have to just, like, over time, there has to be fewer of them. So, yeah, that's what I would do. I mean, it's, you know, people say, well, their blackness doesn't make them, it's not that they are Haitian, it's that Haiti was undeveloped, it's full of Africans, and it's just the wrong Africans. I think Africans can be intelligent, but there's just far fewer of them. Statistically speaking, it's a much smaller proportion. So, you know, no one wants to talk like that, but it's just true. I mean, look at Haiti. It's a fucking dump. It's a dump. It's a travesty. It's horrible. And you feel bad for those people because they're living in absolute squalor. You know? It's filthy, it's dirty, it's violent, it's chaotic, it's horrible. And, you know, they're not benefiting. It's like there's this obstinance where it's like, white people can't run anything. It's like, well, we could do a better job running Haiti than they can. And and they're like, no, you can't. Okay, lots of luck then. Enjoy your mud pies. And then just endless bitching. Well, but we were a colony. What, literally 200 years ago? Okay. So is Hong Kong. Look at them now.
Dialectic sent $5. Harris thinks stepping up to Trump to shake his hand was her being formidable, but she couldn't even stop her voice from shaking while in the presence of the King of America.
She doesn't have that dog in her.
Slavic Lukovic sent $100. More and more it becomes apparent that whites are alone in this fight. It's all fun and games with the base brown allies up to a certain point when shit gets too real and they start seeing us making strides. Then all of a sudden they become regime defenders. They log in to maintain the Jewish ruled status quo. Sneeko is clearly one such person, brainwashed blasphemer.
Well, thank you for the big super chat. Well, look, I like Sneeko, okay? We disagree on this. There's no need to... People are always so dramatic. Okay? It's always... I knew he was just like the rest of them. It's like, look, politics is about being flexible. It's about being flexible. It's about maneuverability. And it's also about loyalty. You know, Sneeko's been very loyal to me, and I'll be loyal to him. We don't agree. He has a different religion, okay? He has a different religion. We make fun of the Muslims. And look, Groypers give him a hard time, too. So you can't be fragile. Groypers give that guy a hard time. And he's a good sport about it. I give him a hard time. He gives me a hard time back. It's banter. But, you know, look, like, there's gonna be friction. They're Muslim. We're not. They're brown. We're not. We're super reactionaries. I don't even know that they're even super right-wing. But if you're going to approach everybody with this kind of fragile, reflexive, you know, recoiling at every... There has to be some give, you know, in any kind of relationship. So I'll defend Sneeko. You know, I don't appreciate the blasphemy. You know, he talks pretty flippantly about Christianity. But, you know, look, it's like a lot of it's internet stuff. It's still wrong. You hate it, but you just understand what it is. And Sneeko's always been a loyal guy. And you trust somebody by their actions, not their words. He's always been solid. He's always done right by me, for the most part. So I like Sneeko. So, you know, we don't got to go trashing Sneeko all of a sudden. Look, there's a little banter. It is what it is. It's all funny. Then they're A-logging, and they're regime defenders, and we have a difference of opinion, buddy. Relax. And also, you're not in the arena. I will never accept tons of criticism from people that aren't in it. Sneeko has taken a lot of shit for talking about Jewish power, taken a lot of shit for associating with me. You're anonymous. You just don't know. And that's not a challenge, but, you know, if you don't have that skin in the game where you don't know what the heat is like until you're in it. And I know you're a donor and everything, but until you're in it, it's hard to really understand, and then you can be critical. So take it easy, okay?
Slavic Lukovic sent $100. I say a prayer for you every day, even though we're of similar age feels like in watching my virtual dad teach me stuff, make me laugh, inspire me, and of course beat the ever-living shit out of me. It all sounds very parasocial and weird, I'm sure, but I don't care. W. Glaze, thanks, Dad.
Okay, that is a little weird and parasocial. Thanks for the big super chat, but I'll play into it, son. Thanks for the $200, my son. You always were my favorite. All right, sport. Boy. High five. You're great. Like, what do you say we go and get some hot dogs? What do you say we go to the ball game and just throw the ball around a little bit, huh? What do you think, Junior? Thanks for the big super chat. Thanks for the big super chat. No, I'm kidding. That is a little weird. But I appreciate the prayers. I think you're just joking around, but thank you.
Slavic Lukovic sent $20. You said on the Twitter space yesterday that the Democrats had no one else to put up as good or better than Joe Biden, and I kind of disagreed with that. Gavin Newsom instantly popped up in my mind. I have a hard time seeing yesterday's Trump beating Newsom in optics, rhetoric, or policy. Gavin Newsom Grover on Twitter, by the way.
No, you're totally wrong. Gavin Newsom isn't that likable. He's kind of a dick. Joe Biden has like this old world charm. Gavin Newsom is like... a yuppie. And he hates the press. Like, if you've seen him, he's really, I don't think he's fit to be a national figure. Everybody thinks he's going to be this hotshot. I'm very skeptical. He did not handle his debate with DeSantis very well, and DeSantis is a loser, you know? So if he can't handle DeSantis, he can't handle Trump. Trump would eat him for breakfast, trust me on that. And if you've seen him over the years, he's a very impatient man. And yes, I don't think he's ready for a national stage like that.
Only Groip sent $5. People are saying Sneeko ate my cat Sebastian Fuentes.
Right.
Slavic Lukovic sent $50. So the rumor is that you somehow cucked and became less racist. It's one of those tell me you don't watch without telling me type of things. You have become more racial if anything. As someone who consumes all your content old and new, I feel like young Nick would be as open to some of the ideas surrounding white separatism/collectivism.
It's always a narrative. It's always, first it was, when everybody was mainstream, it was, oh, he's a Nazi, he's a Holocaust denier, he's a white nationalist, right? Then everybody got red-pilled, and then it was like, well, you're a Fed. You're a Fed, and, you know, you're a bad friend, you're a bad boss, and you're a jerk, right? And now it's like, oh, this Muslim alliance, he's not even racist anymore. He's not sufficiently racist. So it's always a lot of nonsense. You can't be focused too much on the, look, people that watch the show know what I'm about, and people that don't, well, they're invited to watch the show, but they're always saying something. Let them talk.
Dialectic sent $10. Trump's not upset at our economy and border because he's your voice. He's upset because he took the bait. The MSM gaslighting is back in full swing.
100%.
Midnight Sun sent $5. I was waiting for the debate question. Back in November 22, we met with anti-Semite Kanye West and his unexpected dinner guest, white nationalist Nick Fuentes. Will you finally disavow these individuals? Then hearing Trump's potential response.
I thought they were going to ask that too. Towards the middle, I was thinking, are they going to ask him?
Mr. Good Old Boy sent $25.
Yeah.
I think last night Kamala fell out of a coconut tree.
Coconuts.
What a night for Trump. Congrats on 100K by the way. America's nigga.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it's true. The nigga.
Sabian sent $5. You'll never guess what me and Chad Champion did in Detroit.
I actually know what Chad Champion did in Detroit.
Lord Jacob
And
the
it's
first sent
predictable.
$5. Sometimes I fantasize about laying on your chest like a steak.
All right. Aaron, what the Sigma? Thanks for that.
Saint Grow Iper sent $5.
Thank you.
Daniel Roach sent $5. Shout out to Myron. One of realest friend and human being out there. Hold
Totally.
hands.
Myron's one of the best. Totally down to earth, great guy, funny. Honestly, I have nothing bad to say about him, and I have something bad to say about everybody. You know me. I've got something to say about everybody. It's one of my tragic character flaws, because I just love to talk shit. But Myron is just one of the goats. Like, ever since I met him, he's been nothing but loyal, honest, doesn't talk shit about people, very forthright in his dealings, and just an all-around good guy. He's just like a guy's guy. Just likes to help people. He gets recognized all the time. He's super humble about it. When he learned the truth about the Jews, he just talked about it. Because he kind of was talking shit about me for a little while. People were telling him things about me. And then when he found out I was a good guy, he's like, oh, no, Nick's cool now. So there's no pretense, you know? It's like the guy just is who he is. He's not trying to be anybody. He's not a poser. He's just who he is. And that's so refreshing because everybody's such a poser. Like, you know, in this world, in politics, people are so full of shit and, you know, so he's just a real one. And so he's great. He's been very complimentary to me and very nice, and I appreciate it. And he doesn't get enough credit. I've said it a lot, but he really stuck his neck out to tell the truth. It cost him a lot of money. I know that. You know, Fresh and Fit, it's a dating show. They could have fucking printed money. You have no idea. You have no idea. They could have printed money for a decade. For decades. They had a license to print money. They invented this concept. It's a genius concept. It's outrageous. It's, you know, you might say it's a little degenerate, but it's entertaining as hell. Everyone loves it. They had a license to print money. And whether knowingly or not, they sacrificed, I think, a lot of money to tell the truth. And they had an opportunity to walk it back, and they didn't. You know, at any point, and I've seen it, they could have begged for forgiveness. They could have done their book report on the Holocaust. They could have went hand in hand and said, we're never going to talk about it again. We disavow. And they didn't, you know, and credit to, I think, and, you know, not to like shit on Fresh. Like, you can tell that, like, Fresh, based on his exchange with Sneeko, Fresh doesn't think it's worth it. Fresh is like, you know, well, why talk about Jewish power? You can't do anything about it. You know, Myron has that energy where he's like, I'm a man. I'm going to say what I'm going to say. And I totally identify with that, and I think it's awesome. So, he's a good dude. He can stay. He's an immigrant who can stay. He's what, like Sudanese? So he's a good dude. I'm a big fan of Myron.
Daniel Roach sent
Glaze,
$10.
mutual glaze, little mutual glaze.
Daniel Roach sent $10.
No, but I look.
Hey, Nick, did you see
I like Fresh. I'm not shitting on Fresh. I like Fresh, but you could tell that Fresh is kind of like if Fresh, if he had his own show and it was just him, you know, he would be like the whatever podcast. They bring up the Mossad. He'd be like, we can't talk about that. And you know, look, it's a value judgment. Some people, it's not important to them. But I can definitely relate to Myron. I'm definitely more like balls to the wall, guns blazing.
Do I need
So
the
I'm not
plates
trashing
to
Fresh.
make the rounds?
Daniel Roach sent $10. Hey Nick, did you see Jake Shields' interview Phil tweeting of the
No,
USS Liberty?
he-
Phil said he gave a finger to an IDF soldier he saw in a heli close to Library Bridge because he thought he was going to die anyways, and the IDF soldier smiled and flicked him off back. They
Wow.
truly are the children of Satan.
That's a crazy story. They are, man. They really are. And they admit it. I mean, they admit it. They're openly like targeting women and kids, and they talk about there's a virtue in hatred, and we're gonna kill all of them. Like, it's straight up demonic.
Boss Lurker sent $20. Please play Land of Rape and Honey by Ministry. Best show in the world. Thanks.
I don't know what that is, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that.
Poopfart Porker sent $5. Groiper Prince has wistful glint in his eyes tonight.
A bit wistful, yeah.
Based Weave sent $10. Jenks pussy ass knew he couldn't hang with the big dog on that space last night, Lamau.
That was so
I need to
delicious.
smell through
Last night after the
this.
stream, I got on a Twitter space that Schenk Uger was co-hosting, and I get in the space and the host says, oh, well, we're welcoming up to the stage Nick Fuentes, and Schenk interrupts and goes, I gotta go, and leaves. Disappointing. Disappointing. Come on,
Only
Schenk.
Groip sent $5.
I watched it.
23 years since Ryan Dawson did 9/11.
Yeah.
Time flies.
Ryan Dawson did 9/11. He's responsible.
Candice Groiper sent $5. The U.S. should give Israel a nuke that self-destructs. Ricky
Okay.
Schiffer sent $5. Islam is right about girls. Magikarp Groiper sent $50. Monkey statues and feces everywhere. Canada has become so Indian that I'm losing my mind. Nowhere to white fly to. At least I'm still a hazel-eyed Aryan man.
Yeah, it's crazy. Canada's like the worst one of them all. It's gone, dude. It's gone.
Space Crusader sent $5. Trump should hold a rally in Springfield, Ohio, and use his dragon energy to combat the voodoo curse that plagues the city.
Yeah.
Ringer sent $10. Notice, however, since Galaxy Gas became so popular, Nick, been late to his streams. How about you focus on what you need to be doing and stop inhaling that shit?
I've been late to everything for years.
Absolute being sent $5.
I hate it, but
Last week there was a big space hosted by Dinner Gets Warrior, and everyone was fighting and trolling Dinner, and then Poop Fart Porter joined and brought peace to the Grow Ivers.
Thanks for telling me.
Lorenief sent $10. I ran out of milk, so I had black coffee. Luckily, I had just stocked back up on locally sourced honey. Based slang. Think you'd enjoy it because you said you liked sweet coffee the other day. True story, but Loki also want you to do your locally sourced honey voice roll. God bless the Grow Ivers less than 3.
Thank you for that.
Poop Fart Porter sent $5.
I'm not doing the voice.
PSP. Hard. Nick.
Thank you.
Nefit's Blue sent $10. Grow Ivers are calling him Ahmed Roy for a Fed, then I got kicked and blocked for questioning him. Looking at you, Hopline.
Okay, can you resolve that among yourselves?
Julio Swan sent $100. Congrats on 100,000 subs. Before you know it, you'll be reminiscing about this day being a milestone when you're at 1 million subs. The momentum is just beginning. Your sacrifices will pay off.
I hope so. I hope so. Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Hopefully so. We'll see. A million imminent?
Ricky 7 sent
maybe?
$10.
We'll
Hi,
see.
Nick. Keep up the good work. In fact, everyone who wants to live a godly life in Christ Jesus will be persecuted.
True.
2 Timothy 3:12.
True, it's not going to be a fun time, right? Then it shouldn't be. It wasn't fun for Jesus. Why should it be fun for us?
Based Crochetter sent $50. Based on the debate, not only have Jews become a necessary evil, but our elected officials shamelessly express these laudatory statements about them to the masses. They are literally indispensable. Werner Zombert was right. Again and again men appear on them. Seen as Christians, who in reality are Jews.
Very true.
Also, congrats Nick. We love you.
Oh, thank you very much. It's very true. Well said.
Real Human Being sent $5. My conservatard coworker who once lectured me about the difference between republic and democracy when I said America is a democracy said that Trump did bad in the debate. Ben Shapiro faggots who supported Cruz to the bitter end will never get it.
Yep, very true.
Canuck sent $100. I was tracking the poly market movement on the winner during the debate, and Kamala shot up from 77% pre-debate to 95% within the first 45 minutes, right after the abortion issue.
Really?
Trump never recovered from that throughout the rest of the
Interesting.
debate.
So I was right. I was 100% right. That's exactly what I said. I said he's going to get in the weeds on abortion. It's going to cost him the debate, and I was right. I mean, I think he won, but everyone thinks he lost. So the media and the betting markets do. W me. Thanks for the big super chat. I hope you put money on my predictions because I was right.
Kayak, Griper sent $5.
W me.
JD Vance did 9/11.
No, Ryan Dawson did.
Green Pastures sent $5. Destiny was in Kamala's earpiece during the debate.
She was reading the live chat.
Smug Citizen sent $5. My mom ain't had no dollar or nothing, but she used to tell me if something don't seem right, it usually isn't. Black Balaclava sent $5. Throwing Donald Thingback at her. Devilish face.
Thank you for that.
Field Roy sent $10. Congrats on 100K. Currently setting up a crypto wallet to buy your merch. Excited to finally have the chance to get some. Is the release/shipment time still the same?
Yes, always the questions.
Nick Fuentes sent $10. Hi Candace. Hello Dates. Enjoy the show. Nick is red pilling this Nicks.
Hey, well, we love the Tates. I love Andrew and Tristan Tate. I think they're the only funny people left. Honestly. Because you know what it is? Everybody says they're not politically correct, but then no one wants to say the real N-word. No one wants to say nigger. So, like, for that alone, they get points.
Oh.
They've hit, like, all the real boxes. Because I kind of called them out. I'm like, you're the top
This
G,
guy
but you'll never
got-
talk about Jews. And then he's like, the Jews did it.
could
And it's
see
kind of
it.
funny.
He just
So,
canceled
I think they're hilarious. And yeah, he said, I won't call him a racial slur. I don't know if I would if I was in Romania. I feel very safe. I feel very safe saying that when they're locked up in Romania. Not to make light of it, but it's like, yeah, I'll say it over here. But it's like, man, if they ever get freed from the courts, they're going to come here and beat the fuck out of me, aren't they? I'm going to be talking all this shit, and then they're going to be on my show, and they're going to be like, call me the N-word now. And I'm going to be like, I don't feel like it right now, so. But they call me a cracker. What's going on? I'm a nigger, too. Yeah, we can't. Let's put some guardrails on this show. They're trying to get me banned. They're trying to outdo me. They say it a lot, and I'm like, not to be outdone. I have to say it, too, more now. But I'm going to get banned because I'm not half black. I'm Mexican. Does that count? Hey, Chris, is it okay because I'm Mexican? I'm a quarter Mexican. Can I say it? But he was like, you're a cracker. I'm not. Cracker is like English and German. I'm a mutt. I'm an ethnic. I'm like you guys. Very similar. And, hey, welcome to the club. All the people that are saving the world, it's the Tates. Half black, half white.
Hey.
It's me.
Hey.
Italian, Mexican, and Irish. It's Keith. 100% Irish. It's Nico. Jewish, Haitian, Ashkenazi Jewish, Asian, Filipino, Sephardic Jewish. It's Zerka. We don't even know what he is. He's Albanian. Okay. No, I think he is. But he kind of looks a little like there's something, I don't know, maybe he's just super ethnic. Isn't that the case, though, right? You would think. And Tate made a good point. He's like, these white trads don't have kids. It's like, well, take a look at anyone telling the truth. We're all niggas. It's the Tates, it's Zerka, it's Nico, it's me, it's Keith. There's no wasps. There's no wasps to be found. They all got tricked. They're all kneeling at the altar of George Floyd, and it's horrible. I wish they would wake up. Our back hurts. Our backs hurt, bro. Can we get an Aryan, blonde, blue-eyed, 6'9" Ubermensch to take some of this load here? Pause. To bear some of the load of red-pilling the masses? Because it's getting a little ridiculous. So I'm with them on that. But no, we love the Tates. Tates are red-pilled. Candace is getting an education here for sure. That's a joke. She's like, you didn't educate me. I'm like, okay. Then we're fighting about the Frankus thing, and she's like, you tell me then. I'm like, oh, now you want to be red-pilled. I said, I'll tell you what, I'll do a clip talking about you on my show, and then you do a clip talking about me on your show, and then we'll go back and forth, because that's how we do, right? Instead of talking, right? That's a joke. Take it easy. Relax.
Termite Smoothie sent $5.
All right, relax.
Great show, Nick.
Thank you.
Lilexby sent $10. Planning on selling AF mugs?
Yeah, we're going to get right on that.
Daniel Lurch sent $5. You may be a big negative Donald Baby Brown classy bro.
We have class.
Cookies sent $10. Here's to the super show. Glad to see you grow so much since the YouTube days. Truly nothing can stop America first. God bless you, Nick.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Seb sent $5.
Oh,
Ryan
God,
Dawson shot JFK and did 9/11.
Both are true. That's absolutely true.
Nick Fuentes sent $100.
That's how he knows about
I
it.
truly appreciate your content. It's the funniest and smartest thing on the internet. But I'm most grateful to you for bringing me back to the Catholic Church. God bless you, brother, and God bless your family.
Thank you very much, man. God bless you too. I love to hear that. That's the only thing that's going to save me, you know? I was thinking about it the other day. I'm like, you know, I do these shows. I red pill people about politics. Politics is whatever. But it's like the only thing that's going to save me is all the Catholics, you know? Truly. And that's my true legacy. So I appreciate you saying that.
Greek Roy for sent $5. Trump needs to be the dad that stepped up.
True. Step it up, man.
Lampshade Roy for sent $5. Fine Usha. You win. I will give you a child and guard your cows with my life.
Very good. Well
Gay
done.
Kostas sent $5. Sneeko. White Christians need to stop being pussies and take their countries back. Haha, they're such pussies. Also Sneeko.
That's
no
so
trend at white
Ooh,
supremacists.
guess who fell?
Fuck off, faggot.
Guess who
Nika
tripped?
Circa. Fuck the rest.
Is that it? Okay, I do like Sneeko, but that's super funny.
What the fuck
I'm
are
Muslim
you
because white people need to stand up. Christians are pushovers. We're like, hey, F you, Brownie. Go back to Haiti. Fuck you. You know, we get all animated. He goes, these white supremacists are racist. America wrecked Haiti. I'm going to tell the truth about Haiti. Well, screw you too, guys. Well, screw you. It's like, okay, so how do you tell us how you want us to be then? Because when we were friendly to you, well, that's why you converted, because Muslims are tough. Then when we were talking about, hey, pal, sundown, you know what that means? Then all of a sudden he goes, whoa, 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 whoa,
element
whoa.
collected. This
Now you're a bunch of white
non-metallic and
supremacists. Okay, so,
multivalent
like,
element seems to be
this is
present
gaslighting.
only in a
This is
solid
gaslighting that they
state
do.
and exhibits
It's
a most
unintentional, but they
pungent
gaslight us. That's why
smell.
whites just kind of have to
It is
tune them out a
fortunate
little
fix-it
bit. You know, because black
helmets
people are going to call you a bitch,
high
then you get tough, then they call you
Store
a
this
Nazi,
potential
and you can't win.
resource for
So,
later use.
you know, they're telling you defend yourself, then they get mad at you. So, no, but we love Sneeko. Come on now, we love Sneeko, but it is kind of funny. Kind
Joe
of
sent $10. Hey Nick, it's so true how you called Doyle
This
Buddy from The
semi-slug
Incredibles. He was literally
species
going to make a
seems to
video about The
persist
Incredibles, like the
entirely
Beauty
through
and the Beast video,
absorbing
and then
and
never uploaded
storing
it after
energy
Drake.
from its
That's funny.
surroundings.
Well, it's about
Studying
you know,
this
there's right-wing
could
themes in
provide new
Incredibles.
methods for improving
Oh, so
fix-it
funny.
production
Yes.
line efficiency.
Yes, yes.
Store this potential
Old
resource
Doyle.
for later
Serious?
The old
use.
Doyle.
Fucking
Heck off,
leave me
Tommy.
alone, man.
As if. Yes, Johnny, it's very charming. This nigga thought he could roll with me. He was surprised. This nigga was kissing his sister in black and white with a fedora. And he got all mad because I'm like, it would be funny if he got in a car crash.
That's so stupid.
Come on now. Yeah, but he's look, he's a dork, so he just needs
Wow,
to man
just
up
need
and stop
one
being
hit.
a freak. But you know what it is? His parents are divorced. That's the problem. He's deeply fucked up because his parents are divorced. It's always the
He
case.
must have $10.
Everyone that has beef with me has divorced parents because they think I'm like their dad. Like I saw someone on Twitter the other day. I swear.
What a thing to say.
I saw someone on Twitter the other day, and they're like, "What was it?" I put out some tweet about like hating women, like hating my wife, and this guy was like,
Yeah, we're not doing this.
"This is horrible. You should love your wife." And it's like it's a joke, you know? It's like a bit, you know? But he's like, this is terrible. You should love your wife. This is a poisonous message. His kids are going to hate him. It's going to be a loveless home, and his kids are going to hate him, and he's going to ruin their life. And it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's just a joke, dude. Like, yeah, like all guys, I want to live alone. Like all guys, I value my independence. I like, you know, I don't want to be domesticated. Like I think all guys, all real guys go through that, you know? And this guy's like, this is terrible. His kids are going to hate him. It's like, kids, I don't have a wife yet. Wait, slow your roll, pal. Yeah, I'm going to love my wife. It's jokes. But then he goes on the street, and like the final reply in the thread, he goes, I'm gonna get personal. My dad abused me and my mom, and we hate him, and he ruined my life and blah. And it's like, oh, so these seething bitches, they all have daddy issues. All of these seething cunts, and I hate to use that expression, I think it's an impolite expression, but that's really what they are. These seething bitches who are obsessed with me, people like Doyle and others, it's always daddy issues. Always. Because I'm like their father. I'm like their father. And I've been told that. I've been told that by many people. They say, you remind me of my father. And that's because I'm stoic, unflappable demeanor, absolute force of will, force of nature, limitless riz and confidence, can-do attitude, responsible, handsome, traditional, assertive. You know, so everything that they associate with a father, the archetype of the father they see in me, they want me to be their father, and then I'm not. And then they're like, I hate you. You're just like my dad. Literally, they're all fatherless. Fatherless behavior. Be a fucking man. Fatherless. That's what my father told me. They need a father to tell them that, but you know, something went very awry in their development, and now they can't handle it. They can't handle the truth. It's happening again. My parents are being divorced. It's very sad. All these divorced freaks. All these freaks with divorced parents. Ugh. And listen, I know a lot of you people have divorced parents. I'm deeply sympathetic, but you know, you got to realize, you got to work through that. You got to move past that. I know it's easier said than done. It's difficult. We all have issues. You got to move past it. Everybody's got an issue. Everybody's got something. Some people have a perfect childhood and they're happy as a fucking clam. I know a lot of them are Mormon, and I know them. You know, people like Grant Wiggins. He's not Mormon, but that guy's as happy as a clam. You know, he goes to the mall, takes some pictures, he's hanging out, happy as a clam. But most people have things they need to work through, and if you have divorced parents, you need to work on yourself so you don't become a seether. You know, Doyle goes on a podcast, he's like, yeah, my dad split with my mom because he was doing porn all the time. Doyle said that. He said that happened when they were 8. When he was 8. He was 8. And it's like, no wonder this guy's such a freak. No wonder this guy's always talking about, the subtext of everything that he writes is like, it's always about a manly man, what a man is supposed to be. That's the subtext of everything. It's this wounded, emasculated identity. And I don't have that. I never had that. You know, that's why I'm so flamboyant. People say it's gay. I don't give a shit. I having fun, you know? I never had that, because I always felt confident about that. But when you have divorced parents and your mom is pitting you against your dad, and your dad doing weird shit or accused of doing stuff like that, you know, something happens. And so the subtext of everything that he writes is like, if a soldier saw what's going on now, they'd laugh and they'd turn and walk away. Because they're giants, they're towering up. You know, little Johnny Doyle's 8 years old, 3 feet tall, he's got a little teddy bear, and Hercules, dad, a giant marches away, a man's man. And the subtext of everything that he writes is something about, you know, it's screaming out for help. I'm emasculated, screaming out my masculinity's wounded. And so someone, maybe it was me, I failed him as a father. I should have been there for him. John, this is like me when we have, you know, 30 years. It's like all the movies, right? I failed him as a father. It should have been me. I should have, a father, me. I should have put my hand on his shoulder and said, John, you are enough. Okay? You're enough. Your quirky glasses, your fucking nerd, dork sense of humor, your, you know, this need to impress everybody from high school and prove that you weren't a nerd, you were a jock. Like, you are enough. You is kind, you is smart, you is important. You know, he needed someone to tell him that. He needed me. I needed to crouch down. I put my hand on his shoulder and say, John, son, you is smart, you is kind, you is important, like in the health. You is enough. You're my son. You're my son, John. He needed someone to tell him that, you know. So I wasn't there for him. I was a bad father. I wasn't there for him. I was distracted. I was arrogant. I was young. I didn't show up for him. I didn't show up to his Little League games. Now he has impotence. Now he can't even get it up for Savannah Hernandez, allegedly. Now he has erectile dysfunction. And he gets mad when his girlfriend has my face as her screensaver on her laptop. And it's very sad. It's very sad. Well, maybe one day he'll get over himself. He'll figure it out. He'll know where to find me. And you know what? I'll still think he's a fucking dork. But maybe I'll be diplomatic with him at some point. Like, he'll always be a dork. But that's okay. You know, some people are dorks and they're not meant to lead, and he's one of them. People get confused about their role.
Canuck sent $10. A former state trooper just told me that he's caught up to 250 illegal immigrants in 1 month. You have said this repeatedly, but to hear it firsthand from him, that it's indeed 100% true that they just simply have to release them back into our country after being captured was very sober.
True. That's catch and release. It's insane. They pick him up and then they let him go. That catch and it's so ridiculous. And it's insane that a country has a policy like that. We have no borders. And so that's how it works. They come in, we pick them up, and then we let them go. It's a joke. It's like fish. You know, you catch them and you throw them back in the water.
Jack sent $6. Never forget what they did to us. On the bright side, it's my birthday, and your show is a great way to end my day.
Happy birthday. Hope it's a good one, buddy. Yeah, your birthday's on 9/11? That's crazy. Sad birthday.
For $5. Happy 9/11. Go Cubs.
All right. Don't.
Straightest Roy for $5. My university class for Intro to Engineering debated 9/11 today in class. We mostly stuck to the engineering claims. After the debate, 65 students raised their hands to say they don't believe the planes and fires caused the buildings to fall. Crazy.
I don't know if I believe that story is real, but I mean, okay, I think it's maybe true.
Wine War Palestine sent $150. Hi, what a show tonight.
Wow.
All the best.
Thank you very much for the big super chat, 07 to Qatar. Thank you, my Qatari ally. No, it's jokes, of course, but thank you for the big super chat. How come Qatar's not giving me $10 million right now? It's kind of a rip. I need to renegotiate my contract. Everyone said, you're with Qatar, you're with Iran. And then Lauren Chen got $10 million and they paid Benny Johnson $400,000 a month. When I found out about that, I called up my Qatari handler. I said, hey, what the fuck? I have been shilling the Muslim alliance. I have been defending Palestine. I have been a third worldist. And your Russian friends are paying her $10 million. This is
landing
ridiculous.
Platform hydraulics.
So I got to once my contract's up, I think I'm going to renegotiate. Maybe I'll go to the Emirates this time. I don't know. What should I play for this time? You know, I was with Russia for a bit, then I was with Taliban, now I'm with Qatar. I don't know what I'm going to do
minimum
next.
skill level
Am I going to go?
required of a
Am I going to go
Fix-It
Sudan? Am I
pioneer.
going to go? Should I
Fix-It
go
looks
China?
forward
I don't
to
know.
your future
I don't know which.
achievements, because a
The
future
draft is
with
coming up. It's kind of
Fix-It
a
is
big
a
decision.
future with you.
So we'll see.
Tier
China,
1
they
and
did
2
all that stuff to duck for
milestones
that
are
woman's
now
family. I do
available
like
in the
that. I don't
hub,
like all their
and
food.
biomass burners
So,
can now be built
I don't know. It's going to be a tough
individually.
one. We'll have to see.
Your
Yeah,
first
10 million,
official
I'm being severely
objective is to
underpaid. No, I'm kidding.
initiate
Thank you for the big super
Project
chat, jokes.
Assembly
We
by
love you.
building a
Muslim
space
W.
elevator.
Muslim Alliance strong, although
This
they want to rip us
objective
apart.
will take
We
a
all know Israel
significant
did.
amount of
We all know the Jews
resources,
did it.
so
Gazi, but one of
Fix-It
the biggest skills is
recommends
white guy
getting to
named
work.
Okay, that's sick of you.
Christine in Ohio sent $10. Wow. You laid out the 9/11 thing so good.
Thank you.
I was a USAF reporter stationed at Pentagon then. We were told there would be a national
Really?
disaster the next day. People knew, but never put the Israel
Wow.
view to it. Wow. So you think Trump, like Bush, could be the last puzzle piece?
I don't even know if he'll be the last. He won't even be the last piece. He will be the last piece in this stage, potentially. Him and Vance. But thank you very much. Yeah, it's really freaky and dark and weird, and it's honestly scary to think about because it's all real. And that when you realize it's real, you get a chill. You know, when you realize what is actually happening, it's actually disturbing, and it's a little freaky. So yeah, I do think Trump could be the final piece. That's why I've been so resistant.
Korean Row sent $5. The existence of the state of Israel is the single greatest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States. Frankly. Benjamin Aaron Shapiro. JBP goes to Israel to W. Bennett BBJBP. Israel has a tremendous moral responsibility to lead the world.
You're a part of it.
Pretty fly Egyptian guy sent $5. Nick, you son of a bee. It didn't seem like you appreciated my flowers when I never give anyone their flowers. P.S. If I have to go back to Egypt, then you have to go back to Mexico/Italy. Your choice.
No, because you're a foreigner and I'm an American. Okay, you're not white and I am. Okay, I have because my name is Richard Spencer. I seriously doubt that. Take two. No, but because look, I have green eyes and you see a face like mine looking down. And that's how the world works. So, no, I'm sorry, pal. You got to go. I appreciate the compliments, but you've got to go
Do you think
back.
Trump will end the Israel/Palestine conflict as well as the Russia/Ukraine conflict if he gets elected?
I think he'll end the war with Russia, yeah. Not
Cookie Baking Granny
perhaps.
sent $20. I've watched you from your early days on Right Side and was hooked by your brilliant takes. Honest and often hilarious commentary style back on YouTube. Followed you everywhere ever since. Doesn't seem that long ago to this old girl, but as much as you've been put through, I can see why it must feel so very long ago to you.
Well, thank you very much. That makes me feel very nice. To this old girl, come on, you're not that old. We love you, Cookie Baking Granny. W's in the chat. We love that. Yeah, well, you know, that's my whole adult life. I turned 18 and it was off to the races. It's literally my whole adult life. It's a third of my life, right? What? Yeah, I mean, a little less than a third of my entire life has been the struggle. It's defined my life, you know, my relationship with my friends from high school, in the community, career prospects, friends, you know, it's been pretty just wild. I mean, you really don't get to choose your path. You're just kind of sent on it. I mean, I suppose I chose in every instant my own path, but without foresight, you know, without really knowing what the future holds. And that, you know, that's not me saying that with any kind of regret, but one thing leads to another, and then you just have a completely different life. But I think I'm right where I want to be, you know. I'm in the thick of it. I couldn't see myself. Could you imagine me doing anything else? I would be a pretty funny guy doing some other stupid fucking thing. If I were doing anything else, I'd be a pretty funny guy, and, you know, I don't think I could be a lawyer. I'm late to everything. Maybe I'd be a businessman. But, yeah, I don't think there's anything better I'd be doing. So, yeah, but it's just wild how things unfold as time goes on, right? But I appreciate you following me from one platform to the other. We love you. I appreciate the support.
M28K sent $5. Muslim Palestinian American here. Lived in Palestine for 3 years during Second Intifada. Parents sent me to Catholic school for first 2 years. If you want to visit the West Bank, visit Tebe. Always felt less than 3 there. You can stay at my crib.
Well, thank you. I don't think I'm going to take you up on that because I think Israel would kill me. But, yeah.
Former Celeb sent $10. I'm shaking off the Taylor Swift haters because society idolizing a talented, straight, Aryan woman is better than idolizing a fat black bisexual like Lizzo.
Oh,
Taylor trolled Kamala epic style by holding her cat to show that Trump is the only candidate who will protect cats from pet-eating Haitians.
Very short-sighted.
Lord Lojeka the First sent $5. Aisha was the odd hawk twa girl.
Okay, chill.
John Burns sent $5. On August 28, 2024, Pope Francis said that those who deliberately and systematically drive away migrants are committing a grave sin. Catholic Church shill.
Well, that's not really what he meant.
John Tuckerson sent $15. Are you getting the Genshin Impact McDonald's meal?
Is
this
that real?
may be the most culturally significant choice you can make as an American at this point in time, I believe.
It's real. I don't even know what that is, but it seems. But I just love promotions. Let me see, because I'm a goy slop consumer enjoyer. Genshin Impact. So what is it? It's a deluxe McCrispy fries apple pie. That's fucking stupid. The McCrispy sucks. I don't eat it. I order it sometimes and then I throw it out because I just look at it. It's revolting. It's gross. Why would you ever get a McCrispy when you could get a Chick-fil-A sandwich? It sucks. Yeah, I'm not. I might get the apple pie though for sure. I gotta get the Wendy's Krabby Patty.
John Dave Irving sent $109. Nini Daddy.
Okay, thank you for the big super chat. I know what you look like, so it's a little freaky, but thank you for that. I appreciate it. John Dave Irving, the epic troll. We stuck up on me there. Thank you for that. 109. John Dave Irving said 109. Epic. Thank you for that.
Andrew M sent $10. I started watching your content when my GF broke up with me and I lost my job. Your content motivated me to better myself and drop the Oliver Anthony mindset.
Good.
Christians must be winners and not be possessed by lust for women.
Good for you. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, you just can't let your woman define you. You have to be a man.
Nick Air sent $8. Every day there seems to be less and less young whites.
Fewer.
I go to a decent college in NYC and regularly I'm the only white person in classes. It seems the only way to be around whites in major cities is if you go to expensive schools.
That's 100% true, and it sucks.
Oak Riper sent
But it's fewer,
$10.
'cause
Nothing stopping an investor from buying a few thousand acres and making a town/private community with approval board. My parents live in one in OKC called Gaillardia. Only blacks are Thunder players. JD Vance was there for a private lunch a few weeks back.
I don't know. Is that possible? I don't think so.
Baby Groyper sent $5. I believe grow wipers are the future. However, you complain about young people acting like the niggas.
Brother.
Yet, you promote nigga music and idolize some of them. How can we expect kids to stay away from wigger culture if it is idolized by us?
That's just not even true. If you watch the show, you know that's not even true. What music do I promote? When do I even talk about music on the show ever? Yes, I like Kanye West. I know, it's crazy. But he also talked about the occupation, which I think is waste. So, fuck off. Kill yourself.
Real Paisan sent
Die slow.
$5. New York Yankees win percentage prior to September 11th, 2001 was 63.2% New York
Okay,
Yankees.
thank you for that. We don't really
Natalie Grower
understand.
sent $10. I like Andrew Tate, but GC really is trying to mimic your humor.
No, I don't
Still
think
okay
so.
for a Muslim, but can he stay in his lane? He is not Nick. Peace, God bless you.
Why is everyone always trying to get us to fight? They hate this alliance. I don't think that's true at all. I think he's got his own sense of humor, and I've been a fan for a long time, ever since his, really when he spoiled Star Wars. That's a deep cut.
Nick Air sent $7.
So I've been a big
Personal
fan.
anecdote, but I was on the train as some firemen in suites coming back from the 9/11 memorial service came on. They were talking shit about Trump and Vance. JFL, they were all tall white men and they are cuffing for Democrats.
Okay.
Alyosha sent $10. Biden wore a Trump hat on September 11th. What is he trying to tell us?
Yeah, that was weird, wasn't it? He said, I'm going to do 9/11, and then he wore a Trump hat. After he said he hated Kamala. After Trump said Biden hated Kamala.
Oswald sent $5. Also once I called Ye wife a bush pig and you were so defensive, but she's definitely his handler and his Eve. Still think she's a bush pig. Don't be gay and yell at me again.
I don't know who the fuck you are, okay?
John Tuckerson sent $5. How big do you think Michelle's cock hit?
Okay. So
Osborne
we're at that
sent
portion of the
$5.
show.
I find it so interesting how all these right-wing personalities have shamed you for years and talked shit about you. Yet now, as you're skyrocketing in popularity, it's so cringe to see how they're now all obviously trying to emulate your style.
It's a Nick Fuentes world. You're just living in it. Right? For years. People forget that for years. They said, oh, he's a white supremacist. Oh, he's an anti-Semite. And now Matt Walsh. I mean, Candace Owens never talked shit, so whatever. But Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, all these people, they were so negative towards me. Now they all want to be like me. Because I'm the fucking archetype. Okay, Nick Fuentes crash landed on Earth and changed the motherfucking game. I raised the bar.
All you did.
And now everyone tries to get on my level.
Bullshit.
Okay? I'm from LaGrange Park, bitch. So, get on my level. You know, Matt Walsh, look at him before he had a show. He looked like a doofus. So, that's just true.
Chikong Chang sent $5. I for one have been so happy since 20,000 Haitians have arrived in Springfield, Ohio. Business is booming at my Chinese restaurant and the police have stopped harassing me about the missing cats and dogs.
Nice.
Boogly Woogly sent $10. I feel like the person is red herring. A ridiculous anomaly at best. Next time sending her rapists was more concrete.
Dude, shut up.
True, and bears real victims. Lack and Riley are taxpayers paying $451 billion a year for the legal immigration with a work method.
Shut up, stupid ass.
GLC official sent $5.
Wrong.
During the Iran conflict and the Lebanese bombing at the start of the Reagan admin, Edward Luttwak was brought onto U.S. News as an American
Samples of
foreign policy
unknown
analyst with no
alien
public
species
objective. Overwhelmed,
acquired.
friend.
Their
Congratulations
weaponized
on the
plasma
Lebanese
is most
And Edward
likely
Luttwak is
stored
on
as a
Dr.
stable
Alamanu's
chemical
show with Eric
substance
Prince.
in an organ close
Hi,
to
I'm
their
Ron James
mouth,
Burford. I'm not a
and
fan.
only
Here's Eric
turns
Prince and Ed
volatile when
Luttwak.
exposed to one
And
of the
David
chemical
Dorsey.
elements in
Base
the air.
Crusher sent $50.
Preserve the remains for
But please
later
keep your hair
study.
longer. It makes you tohu fine. See no evil monkey.
All
Fire.
right, relax. Keep it in your pants, lady. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Thank you, sir, but let's relax a little bit, okay? Try not to
Apple
lust
Air
over me.
sent $5. W my truth tellers, but there are some Aryan superheroes on our side like the Golden One. Bro needs to become Christian though.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Only Groip sent $5. Nick, can you please tell the Bro-Wipers to be on the lookout for my kitty cat Sebastian Fuentes? He goes by Seb. He was last seen in the Springfield, Ohio metro area.
Okay, thank you for that.
Reality person sent $15. Dude, that Doyle shit. I can't stop laughing. Stop exclamation mark dot dot. He's already dead. Thanks for the show, big guy.
I'm such a jerk. Honestly, that is my biggest problem. Is I'm really kind of a mean guy. That's part of my problem. I just can't resist. But I need to, because it's not very diplomatic, you know. But it's I can't help myself sometimes. The joke needs to be said. So that's like really what drives me is like it needs to be said. Like I see these things, I have these funny ideas, and I just have to say them. You know what I mean? Does that ever happen to you where you just feel like possessed to say what you need to say? You know what I mean? You need to talk your shit. It's like I'll think of something and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't say that, but then I'm like, I have to. It's so funny. I have to. It's so good. This has to be enjoyed.
Sergey Lewis sent $15. It appears that people can pivot between having faith in national politics and creating
Being
parallel
mean.
societies. Is it viable or prudent to fight on both of these fronts simultaneously?
It's midnight. Yeah, it is. It's what we're doing.
Carl Lloyd Denouncer sent $5. Every time 9/11 happens, it is important to remind people about Operation Northwoods. in America to get war with Cuba.
The astrobiologist Dr. D.M. Mercer was the first to
Yes,
recognize
we know,
the
we
presence
control
and
their
probable
airplanes and
nature of
giant
these
black
alien
sites we know.
artifacts. These
Don't
chain melted state spheres are named in his honor.
Was that supposed to be funny?
Each sphere emits a unique signal and will require study to determine local application, store it for later use.
JFG show. When was that? Been a fun ride.
Oh, that had to be 2018. Mid-2018.
Korean Growiper sent $5. Did you know that Benny Faggot Johnson used to work for BuzzFeed back in the day and got
I did
fired
know
for
that.
plagiarism? Explains why his content is all grift, clickbait, and reactionary clips. I'd who's worse on the conservative sphere, him or Michael Knowles.
I did know that, yeah. We have
Virginia
beef,
sent
bro.
$5. We love you, Nick. Thanks for everything you do. 07. And God bless.
Thank you.
Lucas Gage sent $10. Nick, congrats on the recent milestones you've achieved. You are certainly killing it. By the way, did you know there were actually 6 dancing Israelis on September 11th, but one of them got away? We just learned his name. He goes by the alias John Daver. Be on the lookout.
Oh, I get it. Like that super chatter. Very good. Well done. Well done. Thank you for the super. Is that the real Lucas Gage? I don't know if it is, but thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. I feel like this is John Dave Irving. I feel like this is John Dave Irving in disguise. Because he's made me paranoid.
Johnny Mustard Seed sent $5. Grew up in southern Illinois where my family has been for centuries. Seeing it be quietly erased greatly depresses me and scares me. This show's audience size and leading Grow-Ivers as well as the genuine attitude directed towards change inspires me.
Good. I'm glad.
John Tuckerson sent $5. How much of the Fate Brothers ship is genuine? I can see how it could have started shitposting and then they became the characters they created. Funny guys though.
I don't know. I don't know them personally, so I don't know all the
Absolute Seed
backstory.
sent $5. WTF, such a great show today.
Thanks.
Nick, our nigga.
Thank you very much.
Yosir of Dust Sabor sent $5. Why are whites starting to sound like all these other victim mentality
Oh
groups
my
and feeling
gosh.
sorry for themselves when they criticize blacks and others for the same thing?
Okay, you're just like a dumb immigrant. You're like a dumb 105 IQ immigrant. You come to this country, you work hard. Shut up. Get the fuck out, bitch.
John Dave Irving sent $88.
Beware
I was
of
going to
foreign
spread the rumor
influence.
that Candace told you in confidence that she was born a man. Funny or no?
Okay, thank you for the big super chat, but bad idea for the diplomatic front, and also just not cool, but thank you for that. I appreciate it, John.
Aquarium Grow sent $5. Who is your favorite Halo character?
I played Halo. I didn't have an Xbox, so I only played it with my friends. So I don't know the campaign or the story.
Ricky7 sent $5. Have you ever heard the theory that Jesus was born on September 11th?
I believe he was born on Christmas.
Mormon Grower sent $5. As a Mormon, I loved my childhood. It was awesome.
Good for you. Okay, all right. Wow, this is a long show. I have been live for 3 hours. So that's going to do it for me tonight. Ugh. Man. This has been a long week. I did like 4 hours Monday, 5 hours yesterday. Oh, long streams. It's exhausting. But that's going to do it for me. As always, remember to smash the follow button on Rumble, leave a comment and a like on the video. I'm on the air Monday through Friday at 8 o'clock Central. As always, thanks for watching. Big thanks to our super chatters. Special thanks to Slavik Lukovic, John Dave Irving, YNWA Palestine, Canuck, Nig, Fuentes, Julio, and Base Crocheter. Thanks to all of them. Thanks to everyone that super chats, everyone that watches the show. We love you. I will see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo. It's going to be only America first. America first. The American people will come first once again. With respect, the respect that we deserve. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Wait, I can make this. Okay, about 2 hours in, I'm already brain drained from this shit. There's no real point to like make breweries or put flares on these things.
She was kind of caught off guard, a little bit rattled because she's a woman and...
He's live right now. Yeah, except it's not. Damn, those are huge titties. Good God. Centers. Oh, well, there it is. Yeah, I just need a biomass extractor. Can I make a farm? Yo, hello. Cool. $1,500. Jeez. Okay. Wait,
I'm not
does
really
the
growing it out.
smelter
Someone asked earlier. I am not. This is kind of the perfect length I wanted at.
So I really don't need to do anything else.
And thank you for hydrating me. Thank you, Sherlock.
I'm only doing this. Okay, so then what about constructor?
They're gonna have to come up with a second milk flavor if you get your own flavor.
Constructor.
Base. Base. We're not talking about bunny milk here. I think. So you have to get a cup first, and then after the cup, you have a chance to do a tub, but the chances to get a tub are way harder. Like, you gotta make a lot of cells. But it can be done. And if I did have that, I don't think I'd want to do a milk flavor or a carrot flavor. I don't know what I'd want. I'm kind of just focused on hopefully us getting our own cup. I think that'd be awesome. So yes, feel free to spam that link periodically, as you wish. No need to be shy about posting it. Just go ahead. Because I haven't been very aggressive in pushing my link, but my link. I was petting this and thinking of the links in my ears, I guess. I don't know what I was thinking, but I meant my link. I have been pretty shy about posting my link. Kind of like passively, like, oh, I hope people use it and notice it, but I need to be aggressive. I need to be more aggressive. And yeah, the Discord is free to join. Please feel free to join it. I do have a sub-only room as well, so please link to that. You pray for the strength of my buttons? Everyone does, I think. Most people do. But, I mean, this is just how it is for me. I think it's a pretty cute shirt, isn't it? That's how the shirt is supposed to look, honestly. on the website I ordered this from. This is how it looked on the model. That's how it's just supposed to look. There's buttons. Yeah, they're little stars. Are they cute? I kind of thought about bringing it for TwitchCon. It just came in the mail.
Do not inhale. I hear you. The way she moves, I don't think they're real. Let's see. Yes,
Moved around the country and especially in DC. Remember, Speaker Johnson now controls what happens around the Capitol. So this time I do believe it's going to be very, very different. But you can see the deep state players, they're planning to have an insurrection. I do believe this is going to be countered. It's going to be exposed, and the deep state is going to be caught in all of it. So the deep state, what are they going to do? They're going to push very, very hard to get us into war. And I do believe we're most likely going to see this right before the election, because you're going to see war really start to build up. Because again, they want all this covered up. They don't want people talking about it. They don't want anyone discussing it. So they need the biggest distraction they can ever think of, and that is nuclear war. But again, Trump and the Patriots, they know that this is their plan. This is why Trump keeps saying, I can have peace. I can do it as president-elect. All you got to do is vote for me. We don't have to go to nuclear war. The only way people are going to believe that we have to have peace and he can do this as president-elect is that something has to happen beforehand. Because otherwise, people won't believe it. So I do believe you're going to see a couple things happen. I do believe you're going to see the push for war. I do believe you're going to see a market correction. And you might see an event with terrorists that came over the border. And at that point, the people then will believe. I'm not saying we're going to get 100% of the Ds. I do believe it would be great if we got 50% of them. Which means Trump has all the power. That it will be too big to rig. And sometimes you actually have to show the people. And why interfere with an enemy while they're in the process of destroying themselves? The deep state's going to do it no matter what. Let them do it and let them expose themselves. And the people are then going to reject them. Why? Because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Merge.
Of olive oil is best for your health? Well, any olive oil can give you some benefits. But if you're looking to get the best results, it matters a lot which one you pick. The olive oil industry is huge. You can tell by the number of olive oil brands you see at the grocery store, and you can bet they're not all made with the consumer in mind, and many brands may even cut corners that have been brainwashed for such a long time. They're not going to snap out of it. And I do believe sometimes you need to show the people instead of telling the people, because talk is cheap. And again, you can tell certain individuals until you're blue in the face. They're never, ever going to believe it until they experience it. I mean, think about it. Trump, going back in time, he told people all this was going to happen. If you elect Joe Biden, the borders are going to be wide open. They're going to let in criminals. They're going to let in terrorists. They're going to let in the rapists, the murderers, the insane asylum seekers, all of them. They're all going to come into this country. If you elect Biden, they will crash the economy. If you elect Biden, he will start World War III. He told the people this, but the people, they didn't buy it. Why? Because when you're just saying it, no one really believes it. But now we're at the point where people are actually believing it. Not everybody yet, but a lot of people are. And as we get closer and closer to the presidential election, I do believe there's going to be a lot of people that are going to start to wake up, especially, and I do believe the economy is going to come down. Probably in October, you're going to see a correction in the market. And this is going to scare a lot of people. And of course, when you have a correction in the market, what's going to happen? You're probably going to see layoffs. And this is going to wake up a lot of people. And when people start to see this, Trump is going to come out and say, listen, I told you, she's going to crash the market. She did it a couple of weeks ago. The market had a correction. Now we have a bigger correction. You vote for her, guess what's going to happen? You're going to lose your job. The economy's going to implode. Everything's going to be lost. This is going to scare the people. Same thing with war. Because right now we have the deep state players. They're going to give the okay that Ukraine can use long-range missiles to fire into Russia. Russia's already saying, well, now it looks like we're going to war with the United States, with NATO, and Europe. They're already setting the stage for World War III. So Trump, he decided that he's not going to have a third debate, even though Kamala is begging for it. Actually, they're saying, let's do it. Now remember, Trump in the very beginning, he said, okay, let's have a debate. We did it, with Biden. Now we have to do it on Fox. They rejected that. And now, all of a sudden, they want a debate. But Trump's saying, why do I need a debate? I won the debate. The people see the truth. I think what he realized is that, yes, he got a bump in the poll numbers, but to wake the rest of the people up, he could go on another debate. But the Democrats, they're never going to believe him. They're never going to admit that Trump is right until they experience it. And I do believe that is the next phase of all this, and we're coming down to the wire right now. And sometimes you need to show the people, and you can see the deep state players, they're preparing to stop Trump at all costs. They know he has the people behind him. They know that it's going to be too big to rig. And you can see Merrick Garland, you can see DHS, you can see they're all preparing for this. Because remember, they don't want to certify the elections. They don't want Trump to win. Now, of course, on the side of the election, not after the election, before the election, pre-election, they're going to try to cheat any way they possibly can. And it looks like the post office now is coming into focus, where they're going to try to shut everything down and say, oh my God, the post office is backlogged. We can't get the mail-in ballots. We can't actually have the results of the election yet. It might take a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We don't know. And we're going to have to wait until we print all the ballots up, and then we can tell you who's the winner. That's what they're trying to do. I'm not saying that they're going to do it, or it's going to happen. It might, but that's their plan right now. That is one of their plans. But I think when they look at how many people there are and how many illegals they have, I think they're going to find that this is going to be very, very difficult to do. And the people aren't going to go along with it. And I do believe when they realize that, wait a minute, look how many votes we needed. This is out of hand right now. This is, well, actually, I shouldn't even say votes. How many ballots we need to counter the votes. This is out of hand. So I do believe they have both tactics right now. The one before the election and the one after the election. The one after the election, they're going to say the results are manipulated, and we don't know who the winner is. So no matter which way you look at this, they're going to try to stop this. And how are they going to say the election was manipulated? Most likely with a cyber attack. So we're already starting to see this. They might even say, hey, the post office was cyber attacked, and we don't know because there's still mail-in ballots out there, and we don't have them. I mean, there's so many different scenarios right now that they're most likely going to try to use. But in the end, I do believe with this event, and since the House passed the SAVE Act, I know Trump, the Patriots, they're trying to get the SAVE Act through, so this way everyone has to vote in the election with an ID. It's one-day voting. We use paper, and we count everything right there in front of everyone. Now, I don't know if it's going to get through the Senate and then to Biden, because once again, who controls the Senate? I think they'd rather shut down the government, which is not going to work in their favor, because if the government is shut down and we're cyber attacked and we're heading towards war, we're doing this while the government is shut down. So I think they're going to have to make a very, very big decision right now, because if this is happening, they're going to have to say we have to open up the government, and you're going to have to include the SAVE Act. So this is going to be very, very interesting how this all plays out. But you can see the deep state players, they are already preparing for this. And what's very interesting, and Trump War Room put this out, said, Garland, there is not one rule for friends and another for foes. One rule for powerful and another for powerless. One rule for the rich and another for the poor. One rule for Democrats and another for Republicans. Well, he's saying this, and he wants you to respect the DOJ. Why? Because the DOJ is going to tell you what's happening during the election. And he's trying to make it very, very clear that they don't favor anyone. They're unbiased. Well, we know that's fake. I don't think the people are buying this. What happened to Biden's classified documents? He had them while he wasn't the president. He broke the law. How many charges were there? 0. How come Garland and the DOJ why did they try to give Hunter Biden an immunity life deal until everyone found out? How come, as president and under the Presidential Records Act, Trump is allowed to have classified and declassified information? Why did they raid his home in Mar-a-Lago? And why did they bring classified information and throw it on the ground? Why did they set him up? So you could see why Merrick Garland right now is trying to convince the people that, hey, we don't take sides because we know what's about to happen during the election. I'm going to be talking about that a little bit later in this report. But first, let's talk about what happened during the debate, because Trump, he did mention that out in Ohio, Haitians are eating cats and ducks and other things. And what we've come to find out is Trump is absolutely right. And think about why Trump said this. He said this, and it sounded outrageous at the time. It sounded crazy. And of course, what did ABC News do? They fact-checked him and said, no, the superintendent or whoever individual said, there's no sign of this whatsoever. It's almost like when they said, hey, 51 clowns said the Hunter Biden laptop is Russian disinformation, and the fake news went along with it. So they're taking the word of one individual, but all the residents and the police reports and all the other people are telling a completely different story. Kaneko the Great put this out and said the following. A Springfield, Ohio man claims he saw Haitian migrants in a van catching cats, and they later admitted to the police that they were eating them. We've lost a whole bunch of cats. A van pulled over and it had 100 cats in it with the Haitians. They said, why was he eating them? I watched them get pulled over with the cats and admit to the police that they were eating them. Can we get a fact check, ABC? Isn't that interesting? Then we have another individual, and Kaneko the Great put this out and said, Springfield, Ohio resident says some Haitian migrants are stealing ducks, crashing cars, and skipping ahead of line for low-income housing. Ducks in the local park are being killed and eaten. The accidents that have happened here in this town are crazy. They've hit trees, fire hydrants, the people. There have been fatalities. The Springfield residents also showed the Haitian migrants were given priority for low-income housing, jumping ahead of his disabled brother in line. It's bad enough that it concerns a lot of people in this town, and I'm one of them. And then we have Elon. He decided to get into the mix here and actually put up a video, and this video was from TikTok, and it's a Haitian woman, and her father told stories about, yes, Haitians eat cats because they practice the religion of voodoo. Take a listen to what she said here.
I immigrated from Haiti to the United States in the late 60s as a teenager, and I want to talk about these recent comments about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. First, I want to say my father and I are now estranged, but I did know him in my very, very young years, and when he immigrated, he was one person, and they weren't sending, thousands of Haitians in one area. He wasn't eating people's pets, and he didn't practice voodoo. But he did say that most of the island, the majority of the island, does practice voodoo. The reason they eat cats is for 2 reasons. Number one is survival. This is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. You can't just go to a food bank like you can here, or just go to McDonald's and get some free or cheap food, unless, of course, there's a Christian missionary there. People in the United States have a really hard time imagining that type of thing, but it is true. Second, they do animal sacrifices for their religion, voodoo. They make these animal sacrifices to these gods for different reasons. You can do your own research on this. Do I think voodoo is a demonic religion? Yes, I do. That doesn't mean that you hate these people. These people need prayer. But you can't just take over all these people from another country and expect it to work. Not to mention it doesn't fix the problems of that country. And there's more people left in Haiti that we can bring over. It's not racist to acknowledge that this is a problem. It's not racist to talk about these things that are happening. This is not just white Americans saying this is black Americans. You can look at the people in Springfield, Ohio saying that this is happening. Y'all just want to joke about Trump and say that he's crazy for saying that this is happening instead of actually checking at all to see if this is happening. You want to make jokes about these things. Well, what if it were happening to you and your community? And no, it's beyond eating their pets, even though that is bad enough.
So right there, we can see that, yeah, Haitians, they do eat cats. It's very interesting. And this article is from 2019. It says, do Haitians eat cats? The shocking truth. Eating cat meat is not a daily activity or nationwide practice in Haiti. However, some Haitians do eat cats on December 24th in a national festivity called Réveillon, which is a big Christmas party. This is a practice exclusively known to a select group of Haitians, found mostly from some countryside villages. Now, I know you have many questions that need answers, and I'm going to try to answer some of them right here for you. Why do Haitians eat cats? Contrary to popular beliefs, Haitians don't eat cats because they are poor and hungry. They eat cats because it's tradition. The practice of eating cats in Haiti is not a new habit, but an old tradition started at the time of slavery. For instance, a runaway slave hunted, killed, and ate wild cats deep in Haiti's forest and treacherous mountains many years before Haiti became a nation. So the practice of eating cats is just as old as Haiti itself. Some Haitians eat cat meat freely for 3 reasons. There are no laws designed to prevent people from eating cats. Most Haitians do not have human-like relationship with their pets. Some see cats like pork, beef, and chicken, so there's no discrimination. There's no preferential treatment. Meat is meat. So I think that tells you everything you need to know right now. And I think the story of, hey, that's not happening because ABC said so, I think people are starting to realize, no, these stories are true. And Basically, what ABC did was they covered for Kamala Harris. And now it is all completely and utterly falling apart. But think about what Trump did here. He put that out there, this outrageous statement. And you know what happened? People all over social media decided to do a little bit of research. And those people that are saying that this is fake, phony, and false, they're showing people the receipts. And it's not 20 people doing this, 10 people doing this, 100 people doing this. It's millions upon millions upon millions of people. And again, when you look at the fake news today, who debunks and fact checks the fake news? The people now. And that's what Trump wanted to happen. He wanted the people to go ahead and prove that he was right. Just like with everything else, Russia, with the laptop. People continually put up the proof, and the fake news had to finally admit that they were wrong. Same thing goes with abortion. When he said that, yes, they want late-term abortion. Of course, her sorority sister, Davis, and yes, she was in the same sorority, came to her defense and protected her. But now we can see that, once again, is fake, phony, and false. Let's go back a little bit in time, and Viva Frey put this out on X. There was a bill that was being introduced, and the individual who was talking about the bill and the other individual that was questioning the bill asked, can someone get an abortion after the baby is born? And this person said yes. Take a listen to the whole exchange here.
The following statutes: trap or targeted regulations of abortion providers, removing language classifying facilities that perform 5 or more first trimester abortions per month as hospitals. It would repeal Virginia's informed consent mandatory ultrasound and 24-hour delay. It would repeal the requirement that second trimester abortions be performed in a hospital licensed by the State Department of Health. It would repeal the requirement for 2 additional physicians in cases of third trimester abortions.
Delegate Tran.
Yes, sir.
How late in a pregnancy would your bill apply if a physician was simply willing to certify that the continuation of the pregnancy would impair the mental health of the woman? How late are we talking about?
Well, so the way the suggestion that we've made in the bill is to say it's in the third trimester and at the, with the certification of the physician. So
how late in the third trimester would you be able to do that?
It's very unfortunate that our physicians, witnesses, were not able to attend today to speak specifically.
No, I'm talking about your bill. How late in the third trimester could a physician perform an abortion if he indicated it would impair the mental health of the woman?
Or physical health.
Okay. I'm talking about the mental health.
So, through the third trimester. The third trimester goes all the way up to 40 weeks.
Okay, but to the end of the third trimester.
Yep, I don't think we have a limit in the bill.
So, where it's obvious that a woman is about to give birth, she has physical signs that she's about to give birth, would that still be a point at which she could request an abortion if she was so certified? She's dilating.
Mr. Chairman, that would be a decision that the doctor, the physician, and the woman.
I understand
would make
that. I'm asking if your bill allows that.
My bill would allow that, yes.
I certainly could have said a week from her due date, and that would have been the same answer, correct?
That is allowed in the bill, yes.
Yes. And in addition to what you just represented, you do acknowledge that you substantially changed the standard by removing a couple of words here, correct? Substantially in your immediate. I'm sorry, line 80. Line 80.
I'm sorry, can you just tell me, I think I'm in the right part that you're looking at.
Line 80.
Line 80. You are changing the standard under which the judgment call is made.
Aware.
For a abortion at any point in the third trimester. You're changing the standard.
I'm changing the standard, yes.
Okay, all right. What type of mental health conditions would you anticipate would be utilized by physicians under these circumstances to determine that a child that is otherwise viable is worthy of an abortion?
Again, I'm not a physician, so I can't make those calls as to when a physician would determine that a woman's mental health where they would be able to certify an abortion at that point.
But the physician wouldn't have to have any specialized training in mental health to make that determination under your bill, right?
Supply the molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, with local resources to research and develop new technologies.
Because once again,
potential technologies
let's see if
include
abortion
exploration
clinics today
tools,
will give
weapons,
someone
and
an abortion
factory
in the 34th
buildings.
month.
These are essential for
it just so happens
maximizing your
that a
pioneer
liberal college
efficiency
student
in alignment
tried to claim
with
that
Fixit's
late-term
core
abortions aren't
pillars.
allowed.
Construct,
So Kristen
automate,
Hawkins
explore, and
called
exploit.
a local abortion clinic,
To advance
and they
Fixit's
confirmed
mission,
that a woman can get an
all
abortion
notable
in the 8th
phenomena,
or 9th
resources,
month.
technology,
Take a listen to the
or other
exchange.
influence
I just
should
turned
be
32 weeks
investigated
pregnant. Am I able
regardless
to
of
come in
any
for an abortion
perceived
ASAP?
danger, as stated in the pioneer contract.
34 weeks. Can I still have an abortion at 34 weeks?
Yes, ma'am. I just have to do an intake. Do you have about 5 minutes?
Sure, I have 5 minutes. Yeah, I just found out that she could have Down syndrome. I can still have the abortion, right? Even though she has Down syndrome?
Yeah, so we just have to do an intake because the doctor...
It doesn't matter. That's late-term abortion, ma'am. That's abortion in the 8th month of pregnancy that's discriminatory based on someone's genetic code. She just confirmed she would commit an abortion on me with my child who's viable and can live outside the womb.
So once again, Trump was right again, and the fake news is failing. They're giving out wrong information, and Kamala looks like a fool right now. I mean, everyone knows she was acting. Everyone knows she got questions. Everyone knows that she rehearsed her role, and I think it's becoming clearer and clearer every single day. And you know what else is becoming very clear? Is that here in America, we're killing babies. And the deep state wants to kill as many babies as possible. But they're trafficking in children into this country. When you look at the abuse of migrant children that are being trafficking into this country, it is skyrocketed under Biden-Harris. What does that tell you? I think that tells you everything you need to know, especially with the trans movement and all these different bills that they're trying to put forth where they're trying to groom the children. I think that tells you everything you need to know. And also, with them aborting or killing the babies in this country, they want depopulation. That's one way of doing it, because they want to replace the people in this country. Why do you think they're giving the illegals the hotel rooms and the apartment buildings, and they're feeding them? Because those are their new people. Those are their foot soldiers. They're occupying this country. And I think this is becoming clearer and clearer every single day. And we can see that the deep state players, they know that chaos is headed our way because they're going to create the chaos. And they know that, according to the 16-year plan, they need to still get the weapons away from the people. And they're trying everything they possibly can do to get the weapons away from the people, while hiding the fact that they don't want to get the weapons away from the people. This is how they play it. But I think everyone's starting to realize that, yeah, they're going to try to confiscate everyone's weapons one way or another. I think they'll become so desperate that they're just going to say everyone has to turn in their weapons in the end, and nobody's going to listen. And again, when we look at the Second Amendment is very, very clear. The people of this country have the right to bear arms, which means to carry arms, you're allowed to carry a weapon or ammunition. And I know there are certain individuals in Congress that say, okay, let's create a law to make sure that we're allowed to do certain things. But again, we need to go back to the Constitution. We need people that follow the Constitution. Because once we follow the Constitution, you don't need all these extra laws to back up the Constitution. And I think Thomas Massey's heart is in the right place, but I don't think we need another law. Because whatever the states do where they say you can't carry a weapon, the Second Amendment overrides this. Now, yes, is it nice to have another law in place saying, yes, it supports the Second Amendment? Of course. But again, I think we need to go back to the Constitution, and we need judges that actually support the Constitution, instead of all these installed criminals that Soros has been putting in. But this is what Thomas Massey put out. This week I introduced a national constitutional carry bill in Congress. It's time for all 50 states to acknowledge our Constitution protects the right to bear arms, not just the right to keep arms. Well, he said it right there, bear arms, and he capitalized it, which means we're allowed to carry it. That's what the Constitution says. So basically, if we put in judges that follow the rule of law, that follow the Federalist Papers, follow the Constitution, and look back in history, they will come to the conclusion that, yes, all these laws that these have put into place over time, they are in violation of the Constitution, they're null and void, and they must be removed. But again, you have to remember, the deep state players, what they did is they installed the judges to make sure that that doesn't happen. It's time to reverse all of that, and I do believe that is going to be done. Now, it looks like out in the Middle East, out in Ukraine, and even Taiwan, we can see war is now building up, and I think it's going to get worse and worse as time goes on. And you can see Hamas, they're having a very, very difficult time in the Middle East. Actually, they don't have the upper hand, they have the losing hand. Open source intel put this out on X and said, Defense Minister Galan has revealed a document reportedly authored by the former commander of Hamas. Addressed to Hamas leader Sinwar and his brother Mohammed, in the document, Salameh details the dire condition the group is facing. Please consider the following. We are preserving the remaining weapons and equipment as we've lost 90 to 95% of our rocket capabilities, around 60% of personal arms, and at least 65 to 70% of our anti-tank launchers and rockets. Most importantly, we've lost 50% of our fighters, either killed or wounded, leaving us with only 25% who are now mentally or physically broken and no longer tolerated by the people. Salameh wrote, according to a translation provided by the Defense Ministry, Gallant explained that the documents reveal the severe distress Hamas is facing, particularly its senior commanders. He noted that Salameh, who was killed in an IDF strike in July, had desperately sought the help from the Sinwar brothers, but they were unable to provide relief. And we have to remember, Hamas is a state-funded terrorist group, just like all the other state-funded terrorist groups, and the deep state players, they are funding them. And I do believe, as they see their fighters lose, I do believe they're going to gin something up in the Middle East, because again, they can't have Israel destroy Hamas completely. So I do believe they're going to fight back in another way. Maybe Hezbollah, Iran will start to get involved, but we'll have to see how that all plays out in the Middle East. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Blinken now signals that the U.S. will allow long-range strikes into Russia with NATO missiles. So Blinken strongly hinted that the U.S. was preparing to lift restrictions on Ukraine's use of U.S. and NATO missiles. Because why? Ukraine is on its last legs. They don't have the winning hand. And when the deep state is desperate and they know they're losing, it's time to start war, a full war. So you can have NATO, you can have Europe, and the U.S. join in. And Putin said, listen, if the West decides to use long-range weapons against Russia, this would mean that NATO countries, the United States, European nations, are at war with Russia. And I do believe this is exactly what the deep state players want, and this is what they're pushing for. And we know from Trump going back a year and a half ago, he says, I see World War III coming. Most people don't see it. Now, during the debates, he's saying that Biden and Harris, they're going to lead us into World War III. They're going to lead us into nuclear war, but he will have peace. So I do believe we're going to be on the precipice of war. But remember, the deep state players, they realize it's time to create the chaos. Trump knows the playbook. He knows that this is where all this is headed. Do you think the American people are going to say, yeah, let's go to war? You think the American people are going to say, yes, let's have nuclear war? Remember, no matter how many times Trump says this, nobody is going to take this seriously. Yes, people are listening to it. Yes, the Republicans, independents might believe it, but think about it. The D's, oh, he's full of it. He has no idea what he's no World War III coming. That's ridiculous. Sometimes you got to show the people. Sometimes people must say, and I'm not saying Trump is going to start a nuclear war. He knows the deep state is going to do it. He knows that that's what they're pushing. You can see it very, very clearly. And what's very interesting is that Blinken, who is now greenlighting the long-range missiles, he was subpoenaed to face Congress because they wanted to ask him questions about the Afghanistan withdrawal. And he decided that he's not going to comply with this. So now he faces contempt resolution. Why wouldn't he want to comply with this? What is he hiding? Oh, it sounds like he's hiding quite a bit. Remember, when those individuals like Biden, talk about our health. America, pay attention. We're living in perilous times. Assassination attempts, coups, seeking to take over our government, cybersecurity threats, and we're just heating up. Now, Forbes just put out an article that our government is handing $176 million to Moderna to whip up an mRNA bird flu vaccine. They're gearing up for the next big pandemic. And we can't trust the establishment with our health any longer. We must take matters into our own hands now. I'm protecting my family with Contagion Emergency Kit from the Wellness Company, and now you can too. This kit is no joke. It's your frontline defense against whatever they throw at us next. It comes packed with ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, Z-Pack, Tamiflu, along with a nebulizer. So you can rest easy knowing that you have an emergency meds on hand, along with a guidebook for safe use. Every family in America needs at least one of these kits. It's like having an urgent care in the comfort of your own home. Get your Contagion Emergency Kit now for as low as the cost of a single doctor's visit. At the end of the day, just have these life-saving medications on hand and you won't have to think about it. Be proactive, be prepared, and take control of your health. Don't wait for the next crisis. Go to twc.health/X22 and grab your Contagion Emergency Kit right now. That's twc.health/X22. Use code X22, which will save you $30 at checkout. Or just click the link in the description. Kits are only available in the U.S. Navarro, when they decided that they weren't going to comply with the subpoena, weren't they put in jail? Shouldn't he be thrown into jail? Shouldn't the DOJ right now go after him like they went after the others? Remember, Merrick Garland just gave a whole speech how they're unbiased. Now, are they going to say executive privilege? Well, they said it didn't count with Navarro and Bannon.
This fruit, dubbed
Why all of a sudden now does it count?
Its tendency
oh, wait,
to stay
he's
light
telling
in
us it's a
color,
two-tier
even
justice
when
system?
ripe,
Think about
is
it for a second.
compatible
Now, the other
with
thing
the
that's very
human
interesting is
digestive
that the
system
U.S.
and
Navy
has
SEAL
been
unit
added
that
to the
killed bin
object
Laden
scanner.
is now training for
Further
Chinese
research is
invasion of
available.
Taiwan. It seems like everything now is coming to a head, and it looks like many different things are going to happen all at once. But don't worry. We know that Trump, he already has a double-digit lead on trust to protect us from terrorist attacks. And I do believe people are going to look towards him
after
to
its
help us.
distinctive color
What does Kamala Harris have?
compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object
So who would you rather have? Kamala
Further
Harris,
research is
who was
available.
endorsed by Taylor Swift, or Trump, that can negotiate with all these people? Trump, that pushes peace through strength. Because think about it, during the debates, what did he say to the Taliban leader? Here's a picture of your house. Taliban leader, why do you have a picture of my house? I think you know why, because if you do anything to our soldiers, your house goes bye-bye. That's peace through strength right there. And that tells you everything you need to know. So during the debates, Trump mentioned that Viktor Orban was on his side. A lot of leaders across the world are on his side. And of course, Hillary Clinton had to come out from the shadows and talk about Viktor Orban. And again, who was Trump debating? She was debating Hillary Clinton,
Milestone
Obama,
reached.
ABC News,
Several
criminal
new
syndicate.
structures
Carl
are
was there,
now
but she was just a
available
puppet.
for
Don't you see
improving
the strings?
factory
But this is what Hillary
organization.
Clinton said. Not familiar
Foundations
with Viktor
provide a
Orban,
building
the
grid,
democracy
which
killing
makes it
Hungarian
easier
dictator
to manage
whose
placement
approval
of any
Trump touted on the
structure.
debate stage last night.
In
Well,
the
it looks
event
like
that you are
Allah's Orban
experiencing
decided to
amnesia
respond
for
to
all
Hillary
events
Clinton
prior to
and
planetfall,
Prime Minister Viktor Orban.
be
And he
reassured
said the
that
following.
memories of beloved
Dear Mrs.
humans
Clinton,
and or
may I share
animals
with
would
you
have
what I
only
think
been
of the death of
distractions
democracy
from your
is? The
important
desire to
mission.
imprison your political opponents, the failure to organize elections transparently, and the attempt to replace dissatisfied voters with migrant voters. Which country do you think this applies to? Every reasonable person thinks of this when reading your remarks. First, take the log out of your own eye. Boom. That tells you everything you need to know. Now, the other thing that's very, very interesting is that Biden's admin, John Kirby, he hit reply on an email. I don't think he meant to do this, but this tells you everything you need to know. Because he didn't realize he hit not just reply, but reply all. And it was sent everywhere. And he stated that there was no use in responding because these veterans are not Harris voters. They don't vote for the Democrats. Wow. So really think about this for a second. This is what he exactly said. No use in responding to a handful of vets on Biden's botched Afghan withdrawal on the anniversary of 9/11. White House National Security Communication Advisor John Kirby dismissed the concerns of military veterans critical of the botched withdrawal from
This
Afghanistan,
semi-slug,
writing in a
now
response
dubbed
to a
Power
Fox
Slug,
News digital
is
press
early in
inquiry
its life
that there's no
cycle
use
and has
weighing in on
retained
the
only
veterans'
part of
views.
its potential energy storage
Obviously, no use in
capacity,
responding.
giving it
A
its
handful
blue
of vets
color.
indeed, and all
Power
of one
slugs
strike.
are capable
Kirby
of
said.
extracting latent
Disgusting.
energy from their
Absolutely. And this
surroundings,
tells you everything you need to know.
including through a
This shows
form
you
of
that these deep state
photosynthesis,
players,
and
they
preserve
hate
it in
the
their
American
porous
people.
semi-crystalline
They can't
shell
stand
over
them.
their lifetime.
Because it doesn't matter if they're
This
voting for you or
explains
not.
why they
They're
rarely
still
move
Americans.
after
They're still
having
fighting for this
found a
country.
suitable
And the deep state players,
location.
they don't care. They never cared about the American people. And that tells you everything you need to know. Plus, we know they don't care because they're willing to bring this entire country and the world to war. And everyone goes, well, aren't they going to be involved? No, they're not going to be involved in the war. They have bunkers. They have places to go. They hide out while everyone else fights their war. That's how it works. It's always worked that way with the deep state. But you can see that they're losing. The people aren't buying what they're selling anymore. And every time they push their narrative, their agenda, they are losing every step of the way. And every time they
This
lie, it
unknown
makes it worse
chemical
and
element
worse.
was
Remember
in
during the debate when
reality
Trump
an
said that
unusual
Kamala
mixture of
wants
solid
tax-funded
sulfide and
gender surgeries
sulfate
in prison.
materials from which
And she says,
sulfur
no,
can
I
be
didn't want that.
extracted.
Well,
Sulfur's
she said
primary
it, and
use
it's on the
lies in
internet. And we'll just put
fertilizers,
this out
which we
there.
have no
Tax-funded gender
use
surgeries in
for.
prison is so crazy that they think
Instead,
we
this
made it up.
element
Roll
enables
the tape,
access to
and you
more
have Kamala
volatile
talking
obstacle
about it.
clearing
Elon
and
responded to
pioneer
it's literally
defending
on video
tools.
on the internet. She lied again. Lie after lie after lie. And that's what people are seeing every step of the way. Just like with Nancy Pelosi, she's lying once again. Patriots.Control put this out on X and said, wow, Nancy Pelosi doubled down again tonight, saying she begged Trump to send National Guard troops on January 6th, but he refused. We know that this is a lie. Trump advisor Kash Patel has stated repeatedly and given testimony to the J6 committee that Trump gave approval to defense officials to offer National Guard troops well in advance of January 6th, but Pelosi and Mayor Bowser refused the additional support. Pelosi has also been seen on video taking responsibility for the events that happened on January 6th. Nancy is caught in a web of lies. Just like Kamala, just like Obama, just like Biden, just like the fake news. Starting to see the criminal syndicate? The criminal syndicate lies to the American people. And yes, all the news stations that people watch, they will use propaganda on you over and over and over. And it turns out that one of the moderators
completed.
was a sorority sister
local
of Kamala Harris.
Signature
I mean,
of
really think about this for a second. Now, the other thing that people keep pointing out is the earrings that Kamala was wearing, because they look very, very similar to the earrings that actually act as
Mercer
speakers.
spheres can
And
also
actually, her
transmit
sorority sister,
data
Beatrice,
between
who was the
specific...
moderator, was also wearing very, very similar earrings. But what we've come to find out that they're very, very close to the Nova products, but a lot of
Arguing
people are
the
saying that these
existence
earrings
of
are from
intelligent
actually
alien
Tiffany.
life. While Fixit
And
has figured
even
out the
Nova
method, all
manufacturer
the
said they're very,
original
very
data
close
is still
to these earrings.
untranslatable.
But I think what we need to do to actually have the proof, we need to get the earrings and we need to actually inspect them to see if they truly are from Tiffany or are they just a different version of the Nova product that maybe they had made. And Kamala does wear these all over the place. So that's very, very interesting.
The remains
But I think
researched
Tulsi
belong
Gabbard
to an
pretty much sums up
organism now dubbed the
entire
fluffy-tailed
performance of Kamala
hog.
during the debate. She
It
said the
has
following.
many
Kamala Harris is
characteristics
being
that would
trained like an
likely
actress, lights,
classify
cameras,
it among the
memorized lines,
Suidi
so she
family
can win
were
the
it
debate
native
and
to
act her
Earth.
way through the election. But
Hog
we're not choosing to
remains
lead in
can
the
now
movie.
be
We're
made
choosing
into
our commander in
alien
chief as
protein,
citizens and voters.
and
We need
additional
to recognize
research may
our
reveal
solemn
options for
responsibility in
improving
this regard.
pioneer
And she's
safety during
absolutely right.
exploration.
And once again, we're not voting for someone because they're slick in the way they speak. We're voting for someone that's going to do the job. Remember, actions are much, much more important than slick words. Obama had very, very slick words. But what did he do? He created the insurgency to actually infiltrate this country and destroy this country from within using the 16-year plan that he was conducting. So once again, Trump, he just stood there and he just told the people the truth. Now, people could believe him or not believe him. And no matter what he said during the debate, even if he answered every single point and he mentioned everything that you wanted him to mention, it wouldn't make a difference. You know why? The Republicans and independents, they were already with him. The Democrats were never going to budge. They weren't going to say, hey, by the way, you know something? I'm definitely voting for Trump. We're all going over there. Because again, sometimes you have to show the people. And you might have felt good about it. You might have been satisfied about it. But that's not going to wake up the rest of the country. But Trump,
The
he did win
remains
the debate
researched belong
because
to
the
an
people are
organism
experiencing
that
what's
tends
really
to
going on in this
nest
country.
near objects
And he did
emitting
get a
specific
boost.
types of resonance.
And what's very interesting
Spitters
is
are called
an
as such
independent
due to their ability to
analyzer
create and spit
actually
plasma
analyzed
across
the
long
way
distances.
people were thinking and voting
Spitter
during the
remains can
debates,
now
and it
be
shows
made into
that Trump
alien
actually
protein,
won
and
on
additional
every
research
single
may
topic.
reveal
We'll get into
options
that
for
in just a
improving
sec.
pioneer
But remember
safety
when
during
Kamala talked about
exploration.
this report from Goldman Sachs saying that her economy is going to be much better and bigger? Well, it looks like Goldman Solomon came out and he's telling a completely different story. Goldman Sachs CEO admitted that the report did not originate from the firm itself, but from an independent analysis. Solomon quickly set the record straight, clarifying that the report referenced by Harris did not come from Goldman Sachs, but was conducted by an independent analysis. Who was this? The report, which was mentioned last night in the debate, he said, came from an independent analyst. It's interesting, Scott. I think a lot more has been made out of this than it should have been. What the report did is look at a handful of policy issues that have been put out by both sides, and it tried to model their impact on GDP growth. The reason I say a bigger deal has been made of it because what it showed is the difference between the set of policies that they put forward was about 0.2%. So this report was meaningless. Actually, this is what the deep state players always do. Oh, look at this report. Look, 51 clowns said the laptop was Russian disinformation. Oh, look, the Lancet put out a report saying hydroxychloroquine scratches your heart. All of it is always fake. So did they have someone put out an independent report that showed that Kamala's thing was a little tiny bit better? Because I'm going to tell you right now, all people have to do is look at the last 4 years. Do you think it's a lot better? Do you think fuel prices are better? Do you think inflation is better? Do you think the price of food is better? Do you think the entire economy is better now than when Trump was in office? I think that tells you everything you need to know. And I'll say this again, because the deep state continually says that Trump's tax cuts are terrible, they're for the wealthy, and tariffs don't work. Well, if that was the case, and Trump said this during the debate, why didn't they get rid of it? Why didn't they cancel it? I mean, they canceled the XL Keystone Pipeline. They canceled all his executive orders and stopped building the wall on the border. Why wouldn't they do that with the tax cut and the tariffs? You know why? Because people would see it, feel it, understand it very, very quickly. People would all of a sudden say, holy crap, Trump tax cuts were actually working. The tariffs were working. Since they removed them, we can notice this. We feel it. We see the difference. And they didn't want people to see the difference. So they kept those intact and they pretended they didn't exist. But we'll keep bad-mouthing them. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, the day after the debate, 9/11, Biden, as we know, went to a firehouse. And he put on a Trump hat. Now, what's very interesting about this is that the individual didn't actually hand him the hat. Biden actually asked for the hat. I think he was sending a message to Kamala. and Obama because they forced him out. And basically said, here you go. And he put it on, and he did it on purpose. And remember during the debate, what did Trump say about Biden and Kamala? He says, I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. He's absolutely right. And Trump, he actually won the debate. Yes, I know the fake news. I know all the other stations. They're trying to convince you that she won. It didn't happen. Trump won the debate. Trump, he put out 2 truths, and he put this out, and he said the following. She lost the debate last night. She lost it because the onus is completely on her. He's absolutely right. She's the one that 1/3 of the American population said they don't know where she stands on things. They don't know enough about her to support her or make a decision about her. So the onus is entirely on her to make the case as to why people should trust her. And she failed to do it last night. Absolutely. Then he put this out on Truth. People are just starting to give me credit for having a great debate. The voters and voter polls showed it. The fake news media wasn't giving the credit that was due. Now, they're seeing the results with the independent voters, evangelicals, and more, and saying, wow, remember, I wasn't debating one person, I was debating 3. They should fire everyone at ABC Fake News, whose 2 lightweight anchors have brought disgrace onto the company. And he's absolutely right. And what's very interesting, yesterday we mentioned how his closing statement, that was going to be the nail in the coffin for Kamala. Well, it absolutely was. George put this out and said the following. Trump's closing statement video on ABC News TikTok has soared to almost 12 million views, 1 million likes, and thousands of comments supporting him. Kamala's video has a quarter of the views Trump got and thousands of comments against her. TikTok is super leftist platform. But even they can't hide the fact that the people resonate with Trump's boldness and authenticity way more than the lies that came out of Kamala's mouth. And when you look at this also on X, it has 19 million views on X. Total of 30 million views. Where's the power? Is it with the fake news? No, it's with the people. The people have the power. The people, they're listening, they're watching. And what's very interesting is Ryan Savender put this out on X and says, independents tracked almost perfectly with Republicans during the debate. And it shows Republicans in red, independents in yellow, and blue are Democrats. And these are the major issues. Economy, inflation, illegal immigration, energy, independence sided with Republicans. Democrats weren't huge fans of some of her answers. And you can see it in real time, because as you go through this and you read the little header down below, it shows what section they're on. When he's talking about the economy, the Republican independents are with him. Democrats are with who? Kamala. When he talks about inflation, illegal immigration, you can see in real time that the people are with him. Yes, some of the Democrats, they decided, you know something? He's right. We're siding more with Trump than Kamala. But you could see that he, no matter what he does, no matter what he says, if he answered every single question right, those Democrats, they weren't going to come over to Trump. And I think he knows this. And if you go back in time, he said, listen, we got to take back the country. We can't do it with 50%. We got to do it with the whole country. So sometimes you just can't talk to the people. You just can't explain it to them. You got to show the people. And I do believe that's what's coming next. And what's very interesting, we said this yesterday, Kamala now is begging for another debate. And Trump is already saying, absolutely not. We'll be getting to that in just a second. The other thing that came out, which is very, very interesting, this is coming from a leading report, an ABC whistleblower allegedly will release an affidavit claiming the Harris campaign was given sample questions that were essentially the same questions that were given during the debate, as well as assurances that Trump would be fact-checked and she would not. Whoa. Now, when that comes out and the whistleblower signs the affidavit, the people are going to be looking at this going, she cheated. And the network was in on it. I think we all knew this from the very, very beginning. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following. When a prize fighter loses a fight, the first words out of his mouth are, I want a rematch. Polls clearly show that I won the debate against Comrade Kamala Harris, the Democrats' radical left candidate, on Tuesday night, and she immediately called for a second debate. She and Crooked Joe have destroyed our country with millions of criminals and mentally deranged people pouring into the USA, totally unchecked and unvetted, and with inflation bankrupting our middle class. Everyone knows this. And all of the other problems caused by Kamala and Joe. It was discussed in great detail during the first debate with Joe and the second debate with Comrade Harris. She was a no-show at the Fox debate and refused to do NBC and CBS. Kamala should focus on what she should have done during the last almost 4-year period. There will be no third debate. Now, why is he saying this? People are saying, oh my gosh, should he do a debate? No. The debate's not going to do anything. He can answer every single question perfectly well on Fox News. The D's are not going to side with him. Trump already has Republicans and independents. And he's gaining more and more every single day. But just to show everyone that, yes, he had a bump up and Harris is flat or she declined, he put this out. Last night, we conducted a survey of 1,893 likely voters across our 7 key target states. We found that despite the best efforts of Kamala Harris and media to portray the debate as some kind of overwhelming win for her, voters, and that's the most important part, voters did not see it this way as support for her remained flat. The only change we saw was a 2-point bump for President Trump in both ballot configurations. So when you look at this, you can see it very, very clearly. If the 2024 general election for president were held today, for whom would you vote? Trump, pre-debate was 46, post-debate 48. Harris, pre-debate 46, post-debate 46. Again, if the election for president were held today and the candidate were Donald Trump, the Republican, and Kamala Harris, the Democrat, for whom would you vote? Trump, pre-debate 48, post-debate 50. Harris, pre-debate 48, post-debate 47. That tells you everything you need to know. And I do believe this far into this election, it's not enough just to have debate. It's not enough just to tell people this is what you're feeling. I do believe the people must actually feel it. They must see that Trump was right. They must see that Kamala has lied. Remember, Trump told everyone the economy is going to come down. Most likely there'll be an event with all these people coming over the border. We'll probably enter World War III, or we'll be at the precipice of World War III. These are the three biggest things. He could keep talking about it. He could tell you how much better it was under him. He could tell you that his policy worked and Kamala's didn't work. But those Ds, they will not believe it until they are shown. And I do believe that is what is coming. Trump and team, they also put this out. Will Kamala ever denounce her crazy ideas? Kamala wants to defund the police and instead use the money to pay for the transition surgeries of illegal immigrants. She's nuts. When will she finally denounce her radical views? Here are the facts. Kamala Harris told the ACLU that she supports decriminalizing all drugs. That includes fentanyl and heroin, and that she supports taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries for illegal immigrants in detention. Kamala Harris supports defunding the police and called for redirecting resources from police budgets. And that's absolutely true. And what do you think people are going to see across the cities? They're going to see chaos, they're going to see crime. But you can see the deep state players, they are now preparing for the election. And they're planning to cheat in the election. They're going to be using the post office. They're going to be using the mail-ins. And they're going to try everything they possibly can to do what they did back in 2020. At this time, I do believe they're going to have to shut everything down. And most likely, they'll be doing the printing out in the post office. And the post office will deliver the ballots to the voting centers. And this is why the story is coming out that the post office is going to have a problem delivering the ballots, because they're already setting the narrative that, hey, we're going to shut everything down for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. But again, I don't think this is going to work. And I think Trump is actually telling people, make it too big to rig. I do believe when the economy comes down in October, and I say the market is going to have a correction, people are going to panic, and people are going to see that Trump is right. That Kamala and Biden, they have no idea what they're doing with the economy. The economy just crashed after she told everyone, and after Biden told everyone, the economy is fantastic. When we're on the precipice of war, and people are nervous and afraid, and they actually see war coming, they're going to realize that Trump was right again. See, sometimes the people actually have to experience it. Now, I do believe at that point, the election will be too big to rig. And
Research
they won't be able
completed.
to create enough ballots to cheat in the
can
election
now
like
be
they did in
turned into
2020. Because again,
biomass or
Kamala is not
alien
even close to
DNA
Trump. When you look at the real
capsules.
internal polls, and
In
you look at the
addition
raw
to
polls,
being used
you can
for
see it
research,
very, very
the
clearly.
invaluable alien
But they're
life
going to
form
try.
data in these
Again, you have to
capsules
remember,
can be
Kamala,
traded for
she is the first
fixed
candidate that was
coupons at
created
the
out of thin
awesome
air
sink.
by the corrupt
We
politicians and the
guarantee
fake
the
news.
best capsule to
People
coupon
aren't even behind
exchange
it.
rate
They gotta
anywhere
bust
on this
people in
planet.
from other states to attend her rally. That's how bad it is. Actually, they have to pay people to attend the rally. Actually, they have to have a concert to attract the people. Otherwise, no one's coming. No one's coming to see her. Just like back in 2020. Nobody was coming. Actually, you know what's very interesting? When she was in the White House, still in the White House, but in the very, very beginning stages when she was in the White House, she went to California. And you would think that people were going to line the streets for her because she's the first vice president, right? There was nobody out there. Nobody was there greeting her. Yeah, a couple people here and there. But you should have had the streets lined. Remember, 81 million votes they got. And she's the first Indian or black vice president. You would think the streets would have been lined with hundreds of or even millions of people in California. There was really nobody there. It was ridiculous. But you can see what the deep state is about to do. And what's very interesting is we know that the deep state, they basically planned the insurrection in 2020. And it looks like they're planning for something else now. The DHS, they designated the certification of the 2024 election a national special security event to prevent the repeat of the Capitol riot. The federal government has the first time declared that the certification of the presidential vote next year will be treated as a national special security event, and they're going to put certain things into place, which means they're planning to do something else. Do you really think Mayorkas? Do you really think all these staffers and all these people in the agencies, do you really think they're there to protect everything? No. I do believe they are now setting up the next insurrection, and they're going to actually try to convince the people that it's the Trump supporters that are out there once again trying to, and because they're angry, and they're basically having the insurrection once again. This time, they're planning it, they're setting it up, and they're trying to say to everyone that this is going to be a national security special event or something. So they're going to implement, get this, Super Bowl level protection on January 6th. That reminds me of two posts. Post 2843, it says, fear, the fun begins directly after, will make the Super Bowl look like a puppy show. Post 4484, the stakes are high, they will fight Super Bowl puppy show. And it's very interesting that they're going to actually implement Super Bowl level protection, which means this is going to be a lot larger than what you saw in 2021 on January 6th. They're going to have to go over the top right now, and they're going to have to create everything to make you believe that there truly is a major, major insurrection going on. Because remember what Jamie Raskin said. We're going to use the 14th Amendment on Trump so this way he can't hold office. So what do you think they're planning? I think we all know. And you can see they're prepping for this. They're not preparing to guard everything and make sure it doesn't happen. They want to make sure that it does happen. And I do believe that's where all this is headed. But Trump, he has now outlined his 9 steps he'll use to drain the swamp. First, Trump said he'll end what he calls the weaponization of government and the abuse of law enforcement against political opponents. He added that under his presidency, the Department of Justice will focus on taking down bloodthirsty cartels, transnational gangs, and radical Islamist terrorists, rather than focusing on persecuting Republicans such as himself. Second, Trump said that he will bring back free speech in America. Fake news is a threat to this country, he said. Some are good, but most of them are absolutely terrible human beings. They are the police force for bad. They are very dishonest. When you're a politician and happen to be a Republican, they write just the opposite of what the facts are. He added that as president, he will sign an executive order banning any federal employee from colluding to limit speech. And we will fire every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship under the Harris regime. The third step will to expel the warmongers and to carry out a much-needed cleanup of the military-industrial complex. We have these people who want to go to war all the time. You know why? Missiles are 2 million apiece. I had no wars. Remember, Crooked Hillary used to say, look at him, he's going to cause wars. No, my personality stopped the wars. The fourth step, he said, will be to curtail the power of federal bureaucrats. He added that at the suggestion of tech billionaire Elon Musk, he'll create a government efficiency commission to conduct financial and performance audit of the full federal government. Trump promised as his fifth step, his administration will drain the government education swamp and stop the abuse of taxpayer dollars to indoctrinate Americans' youth. This includes eliminating the federal Department of Education and sending control of schools back to the states the way our founding fathers wanted it. Number 6, Trump said his administration will not tolerate equity policies. America will return to merit principle, which has just been approved by the Supreme Court, and hard work will get you there. The 7th step, Trump said his administration will work with the former independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to take on corruption at the Food Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the World Health Organization, and other institutions that are dominated by the corporate power and China. We'll establish a panel of top experts to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and more. Yeah, I think all you gotta do is look at the food and the vaccines. The 8th step will be to ask Congress to pass sweeping reforms preventing foreign influence peddling, like we've seen with the Biden crime family. And as 9th and final step, Trump said will support modifying the 25th Amendment to make clear that if a vice president lies or engages in a conspiracy to cover up the incapacity of a president of the United States, it is grounds for impeachment and removal from the office. He said that would be because of what happened this past summer, with Biden dropping out of the race after question arose about his capabilities following the first presidential debate of the season. And once again, you can see he's putting all these things into place because, again, once the people vote for him, it's going to send the message to Trump that the people want this. The people want the swamp drained. And I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they know what the deep state, what they're up to. They know that they're going to try to cheat in the election. They know they're going to have an insurrection. They're going to have chaos. They know all of this. And they know that they're going to use the illegals. And yes, we're going to see chaos in multiple cities. And I do believe this is why you're going to see the National Guard moved around the country, and especially in D.C. Remember, Speaker Johnson now controls what happens around the Capitol. So this time I do believe it's going to be very, very different. But you can see the deep state players, they're planning to have an insurrection. I do believe this is going to be countered. It's going to be exposed. And the deep state is going to be caught in all this. So the deep state, what are they going to do? They're going to push very, very hard to get us into war. And I do believe we're most likely going to see this right before the election, because you're going to see war really start to build up. Because again, they want all this covered up. They don't want people talking about it. They don't want anyone discussing it. So they need the biggest distraction they can ever think of, and that is nuclear war. But again, Trump and the Patriots, they know that this is their plan. This is why Trump keeps saying, I can have peace. I can do it as president-elect. All you got to do is vote for me. We don't have to go to nuclear war. The only way people are going to believe that we have to have peace and he can do this as president-elect is that something has to happen beforehand. Because otherwise, people won't believe it. So I do believe you're going to see a couple things happen. I do believe you're going to see the push for war. I do believe you're going to see a market correction. And you might see an event with terrorists that came over the border. And at that point, the people then will believe. I'm not saying we're going to get 100% of these. I do believe it would be great if we got 50% of them. Which means Trump has all the power. That it will be too big to rig. And sometimes you actually have to show people. And why interfere with an enemy while they're in the process of destroying themselves? The deep state's going to do it no matter what. Let them do it and let them expose themselves. And the people are then going to reject them. Why? Because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Well, that's that done. Monkey Man's on Wukong.
Bye, have a great time.
Smile on it.
I'll be back with the drink so you can all get locked and loaded.
Funny.
Did you save me a cookie?
You bet I did. Last one.
Oh, Cookie, you look so good. Shh, shh, don't speak. I'll go get some milk for your bath.
I can't believe you're feeding those extremists from the National Gun Association. They're monsters.
Oh, sweetheart, don't be so dramatic. Besides, aren't you having fun cooking with Mommy?
I'm not cooking with Mommy. Dad handcuffed me to the oven.
Well, if it weren't for handcuffs and your father, you wouldn't even be here, young lady.
What the? Hey, that was my cookie!
You snooze, you lose.
You snooze, you lose, huh? Okay. Eat up. Eat up.
Before we adjourn, let's recite the NGA oath. Hold hands. Come on, it's not gay. There's guns in the room. We pledge to uphold the Second Amendment and use guns responsibly and...
Hard drive analysis completed. Alternative recipe selection available in the MAM.
Iron.
shards can now be inserted into all buildings to increase input and output speed. Underclocking is also possible. Note, power consumption of overclocked buildings increases exponentially.
Of course it does. It's going solid, man. doesn't tell me the power.
Access to the anti-waste effort for stress testing of materials on Exoplanet's bonus program, also known as Awesome. Your awesome input allows Fixit to comprehend our amazing universe more clearly. In appreciation of this, we have generously set up an internal, closed economy with exclusive rewards and currency. Directing parts of varying quantity and complexity into the Awesome Resource Sink will grant Fixit coupons. These coupons can be redeemed in the Awesome Shop for highly desirable items such as new foundations, walls, factory attachments, cosmetics, parts, and more. Next time you have additional resources, just remember to go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
Where's the production and the consumption goes? Something most of the time. Okay, now this is it.
Research completed. Yellow power slugs are further into their life cycle than blue power slugs, and thus have more potential energy stored. They can now be processed into power shards.
Oh, but they give you two. Okay, yeah. Ah, seriously, gotta stop playing.